Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and it looks like we have a lively chat here. We have Thomas Armstrong, Everything is Broken Garage, Proto Jedi, Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack, Frank S., and lots of activity in the chat. Want to make sure I say hi to everyone here. Let's see here. 1-Bit Fever Dreams. Are you keeping up with the Justin D. Morgan? Because the Justin D. Morgan is keeping up with you. I wish I could keep up with all of you all. Trina's Technobabble. Hello, welcome. Yes, all right. Let's see here. Channel announcements. All right. I guess first of all, on Dave's stream, I scrapped the 486 board that I was working on last week. So, yeah, it's in my scrap pile. I don't even need to show it to you all. It has at least a dozen broken traces on it. That was my limit. It's in the scrap pile. Yeah, we're not going to talk about that anymore for now. Let's see here, the 2CI board. Well, it's in my scrap adjacent pile because I figured out that the oscillator's dead. Or not the oscillator. The VLSI chip beside the oscillator must be dead because the oscillator is directly connected to it, and something was pulling the oscillator down so its signal looked like an electrocardiogram, and that has to be the VLSI chip because there's nothing between the two. So it's in the scrap adjacent pile, which means if I figure out I was wrong, I can pull it out of the scrap adjacent pile, but it's a Mac 2CI, so I can't just scrap it. The PC board where there's like a bazillion others, well, yeah, sorry, it's in the scrap. Likely not to come out. The PC chips board on Dave's stream. I actually, thanks to Sloopy's help, I was able to get that board up and running. It is not at risk of going in the scrap pile. It is actually should be on the shelf somewhere behind me. Sloopy helped me by means of my TL866A and reading the ID on the chip after picking something that I thought was close. He looked the ID up on the JDEC list and said, oh yeah, here's the type of flash that chip's reporting to be. I wrote the BIOS to the original flash chip and the board boots and works correctly. So, yay. I guess, and since the board didn't work and this eBay seller of it said, tested working, they had refunded all my money. So basically I have a free Socket 7 board. The only drawback is I'd bought that board because it was supposed to have a WinBIOS, and the only BIOS archived on the retro web has no WinBIOS in it. But oh well, it's a free board. I guess I can't complain too much. The BIOS version has its quirks. I think it got rid of some older processor support for newer processor support, but whatever. It's a free board. I'll figure out something it likes and do something with it. I don't know. Maybe I'll give it away someday. Hey, Eric Sedge, welcome. Yes, Eric Sedge and I were apparently special guests on Retro Tech or Die's latest video, so go check that out. Hey, Sorcerer Stan, welcome. Yes, we made a background appearance. I was apparently working on identifying capacitors for power supplies in the background, so yay. Oh yes, I will have a video out sometime, whenever, of the one of the power supplies. Of its restoration I'm making a video on, so yay. Yeah, one other announcement. I have a link in my description. Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack has started a coffee goal to help him go to VCF Midwest. So please go check that out. I told Jeremy I would mention it. I know he would really much like to go, and you can read what his goal says. So the link is in the description. If one of my mods wants to copy and paste it in the chat, say Jeremy, you can paste it in the chat. It's in the description. I did make sure the link went to the correct place. So anyways, and of course I've got a coffee too, but I figured for Others Tuesday, as I'm trying to start it, I would plug Jeremy's more than mine. So yes, please go check that out. I know Jeremy would really much like to go, but can't otherwise go due to various situations. So help out if you can. All right. Oh, and one other thing, Jeremy, I will keep an eye out for a keyboard for you. And I turned my mic up a bit. Hold on, Trina. I think I now know why I'm having mic trouble. Okay. Hold please while I apparently sort. Oh, okay. All right. Apparently, I've accidentally turned my microphone down somehow. So please hold while I try to figure out how I've turned it down so that I can turn it up. But yes, I definitely see on my view meter, Trina, that yes, the audio level is not as loud as I thought it was. And I'm trying to find the OBS setting that is causing the issue. So please hold. Commander. Ah. Okay, did that fix it? No, it did not. Is this better? I don't remember turning this knob on my microphone. Interesting. Okay, I turned the gain up on the microphone. Is that better? Because I have not touched... Focus, webcam. Focus. Come on. Thank you. I have not touched the settings on my microphone, so I don't know what happened, but... Advanced audio, crank up the percentage. Y'all are going to make it so that when OBS decides to stop acting up, that I'm going to have like a bazillion people like say, Justin, I'm on headphones. Because I honestly do not know what OBS Studio did. But yeah, advanced audio, crank up the percentage. I do not see advanced audio. This is probably a side effect of me doing something in a way that I wasn't supposed to. Okay, well, for now, I'll leave the gain on my microphone. I'll make myself a note. Or maybe Jeremy can... Jeremy can send me a quick message or remind me later to check my microphone. Don't do it now, Jeremy, or you're gonna cause my phone to, like, do things I don't want it to do right now. Okay. Well, please warn me in the chat if OBS decides to... Frodo Jedi can't be as loud as Dave's intro and out music. Actually, I think Dave turned it down in his latest outro, at least. So, yeah, I will investigate a little further, but not now, because apparently it's okay. something's changed. I don't know what it is, and I don't want to find out the hard way what happened. I mean, maybe I did bump my microphone. Anyways, okay. Now that we got audio sorted, hopefully... Yes. All right. So what do we have on the bench tonight? Well, I got a Commodore 1541 floppy drive. I have another one that's still in the box. Haven't even opened the box. It's to my right. Your all's left, my right. I also have, probably as the few Commodore 64 spare parts that I have, although technically they're 1541 spare parts, I have 2 Newtronics floppy drive mechanisms. And yeah, so I have 2 Newtronics floppy drive mechanisms. I have 2 1541s. Okay, technically I have 3 1541s, but one of them is in refurbed condition, so... Hey, Sloopy. Well, you missed me having audio problems, so... yeah. You have 1 bit fever dreams, when disk drive could be boat anchors. Frank S. almost finished building a Pi 1540. Yes, a Pi 1541 would be a whole lot lighter than this monstrosity, which is like... Okay, so on Thursday I'll be working on some compact LTE notebooks. Which is heavier? Compact LTE notebooks or a Commodore 1541 floppy drive? It's almost a toss-up. However, I'd have to say maybe it is the 1541 due to the, like, ginormous transformer in it that just, like, makes it back heavy. So yeah, you definitely don't want to, like, put this too close to the back of your desk on the edge, because it might just, like, fall over. So, oh yeah, and Jeremy's, yes, it is a computer in and of itself. So, yes, I do have a Commodore 64. It's setting over to the side. I did bring it downstairs so we can test these once I'm done. I did, of course, though, forget to grab the discs that I have upstairs. But yeah. So I have one Commodore 64. I have 3 1541s. Long story. And I have, like, 3 games on floppy disk, 2 of which are probably just horrible, but I bought them because they looked cool. Oh, and I have a data set, but that'll be worked on at a different time because I don't have any belts for it. But yes. Do I have the IEC cable? Yes, I have an IEC cable. I wish I had more IEC cables, but I have one, so I will have to be content with the one that I have. All right. So, the first 1541 that I have on the bench is the one that I bought at L&Y Electronics. It has been opened. I did link the short where I took a look at this on my channel. You will notice this is the proof that I bought it at L&Y Electronics. If you don't believe me, just ask RetroTech Chris, because everything at L&Y Electronics is as is, including the books. So, yes, as is, $50. I sure hope this will come off with some isopropyl alcohol. Jeremy picked up 3 data sets from the Free Pilot VCF Southwest. Cool. Well, I have 1, and it came from L&Y Electronics. Chris negotiated for it. Oh, you know, I may have put some screws back in this just to make sure that I didn't do something dumb. Let me check. Although, quite honestly, putting 3 of the 4 screws back in was kind of silly, but... Alright, now I will probably discover that I need a screwdriver that is somewhere else in the house. Because, of course I do. Do I not have... No, I don't have... Okay, of course. The screwdriver I need has walked away from the workbench. Let me make sure that I don't have, like... Nope. Nope, those aren't Phillips. Well, this would be... Yeah, Sloopy, I would need to put a piece of tape over his camera to hide all the Commodore stuff here, yeah. Um, yeah, Sloopy, hopefully soon you might see an order come across for, some... I need some Commodore stuff, but... Yeah, hopefully soon. Because in order for me to fix my Commodore 64, I need some Commodore stuff. Oh, and Jeremy, I just remembered. Pictures of the motherboard, please. All right, I will be right back. The screwdriver is probably on my desk upstairs because, of course, it is. And if it's not on my desk upstairs, then I might have to go make a screwdriver out of a paperclip, duct tape, and chewing gum. So, be good in the chat. I'll be right back. All right. There's the screwdriver I was looking for. It was actually not upstairs, but to hedge my bets, I also grabbed the 2 screwdrivers that were sitting upstairs in and near my desk. So hopefully with the 3 of these, I'll figure out that I need a 4th one. Yeah, I want to get a easy flash for my Commodore 64 so that I can play all the wonderful cartridge-based things at some point, maybe. And actually, that is so I can fix my Commodore 64, because apparently it's incompatible with Easy Flash, so... Alright, if you fill my coffee bar, I will sing the Commodore 64 song with all my heart for 5 minutes straight. As long as I don't get a copyright strike. Which I probably won't. Have I worked on a 1541 before? No, I have not. Is that going to stop me? No, of course not. Yeah, yeah, Jeremy's throwing around such C64 terms such as bread bin, and I am actually not a really big C64 expert. I probably couldn't tell a bread bin apart from the rare VIC-20 keys style if I tried. All I know is that William Shatner was the spokesperson for the VIC-20. There. And that C64 is spelled C64. Okay, now you know all my C64 knowledge. And yes, Jeremy, I do know that you have to flip it over after removing these screws. Because the transformer is mounted on the bottom. I do know a little bit more. I have watched Jan Beta and Adrian and just a few other YouTubers that have worked on C64s. Oh, the bread bin is the roundy C64 that looks similar to a VIC-20. Oh, okay. Then I believe my C64 is a bread bin. I was just kind of glad because Commodore 64s go for crazy money these days. I was just glad that Savvy Sage decided to sell one of his C64s, and but I just happened to be on Discord at the right time, so I got a good deal on a C64. The only problem is it does not work with Easy Flash, which I believe is a PLA issue. Unfortunately, that means I need a PLA to be able to troubleshoot it. Oh, look at that box of cassettes for the C64. Trina, I believe the US price looks better than the Canadian price because $40 is better than $53 any day of the week. Oh, are they in the US? Not that I need a whole bunch of tapes. Oh, they are in the US. Oh. Trina, you tricked me into browsing ebay.ca. Yeah, it's a box of C64 tapes. That's about all I know. I'll let someone that maybe knows more about them comment. Yes, Jeremy, I know there's modern replacements for the PLA, but in order to verify that that's the actual problem, I need an Easy Flash. I do not have an Easy Flash. So, I do have a 1541, and y'all are probably wondering why is there Post-it note in here? Well, if you watched my short, you would realize this is the Post-it note that was in this drive when I first opened it up. So, Newtronics drive, check drive head, replace felt pad. Other than that, the drive works. Yeah, great. Check drive head. So when I first saw this note, I was like, okay, the drive head's dirty or something, or it's misaligned or whatnot. But actually, at VCF East, I learned something horrible about these Newtronics floppy mechanisms. They absorb moisture, and the drive head can actually go bad. So I bet if I would take the ohm meter to these drive heads, even though I don't know what they should read, I bet I would find that these drive heads in this mechanism are trash. Yeah, Sloopy says you check the head to see if it's dead. And I bet I gotta remove the, oh wait. Let's see, is this the cable for the drive heads? I don't know. Jeremy says he'd replace the mechanism. Well, do you want the spoiler? The spoiler, or do you want me to take this apart and hem and haw and get to the point? I want to take it apart anyways. Yeah, yes, Frank actually remembers. Yes, I don't need to hem and haw. Frank, yeah. Frank remembers this one. I was looking for the pad specs. Yes. Yes, there is a reason why the note says replace felt pad. As you might figure, the felt pad is completely missing. But not only is the felt pad missing, so is the little thing that holds it on to the drive. So yeah, I will have to. I'm probably going to have to replace the mechanism because I don't know if you can unclip the felt pad holder from a mechanism and it survive it. But yeah, so there we go. Remove the shield. And then it should be a couple screws here. I need to get one of those pill minder things, so. Whoops. Oh, there's no screw there. Hold on. I have to say, I hope that's just dried glue holding that capacitor on and not capacitor goo from the middle of it, because... Oh, there we go. Sloopy has given me the resistance specs. Red, yellow, red, white, and red, blue should be 15 ohms about. Yellow, white, yellow, blue, and white, blue should be 0.02 ohms. Okay. All right. Well, now that see, that's one reason why I do these streams, because then the people that know can help the people that don't know, and we all learn. Also, I believe there is... Oh, yeah, 2 screws on the side as well. Yep, let me check those here in a moment. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this, because this is how much I believe I'm going to have to replace the drive mechanism, that I just want to go ahead and remove all the screws. Uh-oh. Okay. So, all right. So I believe this is the drive head cable here. I think, because it has a red wire, it has a yellow wire, it has a blue wire, and then it's got a wire that looks like it's an extra heat shrink tubing, which I'm presuming might be the white wire. Because I don't see any other cable. I think this is the one. Oh yeah, and if I would actually look and see where it's connected to the drive, it is coming from the drive head. So yeah, here we go. All right. So let me see if I can put this where we can all see it. I don't have it on beepity beep mode. All right. So we've got red and yellow. Red and... Oh, okay. So it's red, spacer, yellow, I guess white and blue. So red and yellow. We have 27 ohm, 27.4 ohms. Oh, hey, Retro Techie. Yeah. Let's see, red and white. Bump, 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 wow. This head is garbage. Oh, wait. Well, that's weird. Was my multimeter just not making good contact? That's 13.8 ohms. Okay, maybe it's not. All right. I gotta scroll the chat so I can, and then red and blue. Okay, well, maybe it's fine because that's actually reading the correct resistance. Well, 13.4 ohms. Okay. And red and blue. Oh, there we 26.5 ohms. Yeah, okay, that doesn't look right. So yellow and white is 15 ohms. Yellow and blue 27.5 ohms. And white and blue 13.6 ohms. I believe that is bad. Yep, Jeremy's got it. I would sing it, but I'm pretty sure those the another one bites the dust folks are probably quite happy on the content ID match thing. Okay, so I believe the heads. Yeah, I just tested the heads, Trina. Yeah. Well, I can't actually like physically test the heads because the felt pad's missing. Yeah, it's flaky. The felt pad's missing. Let's see if I've got a better. I mean, the felt pad's missing. The thing that holds the felt pad is missing. Yeah, let's check the other two mechanisms. Let's see if either of them are in better condition than this one. Because yeah, if that drive head is flaky. I mean, quite honestly, I mean, the one took a while to actually settle on a correct resistance, and then another one's like double what it should be. So, Retro Techie, you can't put a GoTech inside of a 1541. It because the 1541's not using these as a Shugart mechanism or anything. It's like using them. It's like directly driving them. So, yeah, it would be great if you could put a GoTech in these, but this is like one. Just like you can't put a GoTech in the Apple II drives because the disk controller is directly controlling the floppy drive, basically. The Commodore, the 1541's directly driving the floppy drive as well. So, yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I'm not discounting the fact that it might not be possible to replace the mechanism with some sort of microcontroller based system. It would probably have to be more. It would probably have to be a custom for the 1541, not like a GoTech. So, yeah, Thomas says I could put an SD to C64 in the drive case, which, yeah, if I don't have any mechanisms to replace the Mac, I would consider that. Although, quite honestly, given how large these are, I might just not do that and just have a smaller SD to C64. Yeah, your Famicom probably does have a way better floppy drive. Yeah, basically, to get around I think it might have to do with Apple's patents. Commodore basically had to put a whole computer in their floppy drive. Yeah, Apple made it cheaper by basically making the Apple II do part of the work. Which actually was pretty smart. All right, so let's see here. Red and yellow, 26 ohms. Red and white, 13 ohms. Red and blue is 15 ohms. But right there, that's troublesome because that's about twice what it should be, I think. Let's see here. Yellow and white. It's 15 ohms. Yellow and blue. It's 15 ohms. And white and blue is open. Well, I believe this floppy mechanism was pulled because it's dead. I'm glad I didn't, well, actually, I don't remember what I paid for that floppy mechanism. Because I think I bought it before I knew that the Newtronics floppy mechanisms had problems with their heads. So I probably overpaid out of ignorance. All right, well, that's not going to help me any. All right. And who wants... Whatever happened to that set you made? Set? Oh, yeah, it's like... haven't had time to work on it. All right, so red and yellow, and this one is 15 ohms. That's good. Yellow, red and white is 15 ohms. Red and blue is 15 ohms. Ah, okay. So far, so good. All right, yellow and white. $13.8 ohms. Yellow and blue, 26 ohms. $12 ohms. Sloopy, they, well, actually, no. On this, this mechanism here, there was one that was open. So this mechanism is toast. However, I was watching a video that the RetroWeb did, and he actually had a chart that I haven't had a chance to pull up, and it actually did give specific resistances. So, I mean, yeah, maybe it'll work and it's not ideal, but I sure thought there was actually something that Commodore published as to what the resistances should be. Let me see if I can find that. I mean, this one is probably the better of the two. It's at least not open on any of them. However, I have no idea. I mean, the heads could be horribly misaligned. Let me see if I can find the video I was watching. The wait a minute. No, it's not the RetroWeb. What's this channel's name? Okay, I'm trying to remember the channel name. I've got too many channels in my YouTube subscription feed that have the word retro in them. Oh wait, that's impossible. How can you have too many of those? Well, okay, it's too many when you're trying to find a specific channel while you're live and trying not to hold everyone up while you try to find something that you remember seeing this past weekend that might be of benefit before I just start swapping mechanisms and then pulling my hair out. Because no one will recognize me without my hat. 15 to 25 is spec. Okay, well, this one seems to possibly be in spec, but I have no idea if the heads are. I suspect there's something up with this mechanism. Of course, maybe the 1541 it came out of was bad. All right, please continue to hold while I try to find the channel by their icon only, because I sure cannot remember what the name of their channel is, even though I see it in my mind. But I cannot remember the channel name because I'm live. I'm sure, like, if I don't find it 5 minutes after I end the live stream, I'll be like, oh yeah, it was this channel. Duh. Okay. He's Australian or New Zealand. I sure thought Australian, but maybe New Zealand. So down under, retro channel. His logo's rainbow. His intro is he turns on a C64 and he splashes his channel name up. Very, very modern, simple. Yeah, I know. Some of you all have seen me without my hat. I know. I was joking. You would probably recognize me. I have a video that I'm trying to work on that I poke fun of myself for that. So I did shoot some video and didn't realize it was going to happen, and I wasn't wearing my hat. So you can stay tuned for that. Oh, the retro channel. There we go. I knew I would find it. All right. All right, there we go. I found it. All right. The retro channel. 1541 service manuals. All right. I think this is the no, come on. I just hold please while I actually copy the actual link and not the really long one YouTube lets you copy when you YouTube's. I'm going to make sure that you stay on YouTube. All right, let me see. All right. I am looking for the diagram. I mean, this drive mechanism will probably work. It at least does have the... It has the felt pad on it. I can check and look at the... Oh, here it is. Oh, here we go. Okay. So I put the link. The resistance checks that the RetroWeb did is on an unnumbered page. Oh, page 21 in the PDF. So according to those checks, which I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I could check on the feed history, but I didn't think of that until you mentioned it just now. So according to the Commodore service manual, between blue and red, oh, wait a minute. Read write blue to... Okay, well, that's 15 ohms. And then I guess blue to white. Commodore actually says blue to white should be... I have no idea. I can't. Race coil end to end, white to yellow. I cannot read their diagram. Whatever. Okay. Their diagram seemingly says that from read write end to end should be 32.4 ohms. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, these heads seem to be fine. So, okay. Hey, Joe. I'm working on your least favorite thing. But this is for a Commodore 1541, so I can't just simply replace it with a Gotek. Yes, I missed Joe joining the chat. Okay, so let me check this other mechanism according to what Commodore says. So between red and blue, that doesn't make sense. But 15 ohms, red and white, 12 ohms, and then white and yellow, it's 15 ohms. But according to their diagram, actually there should be a connection between red and white. 12 ohms, white and yellow. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized there is a diode between these two. So that's 15 ohms. But if I turn this around, 15 ohms. Okay. Well, maybe this mechanism's fine. Okay. According to the service manual, I should have 33 ohms between red and blue, and I have 15 ohms. Whatever. Maybe both these mechanisms work. I don't know. All right, we'll try one of them. At least they have the felt pads on them. All right, I spent enough time trying to be rational. Now I'm just going to be irrational and randomly pick one of these and put it in Oh, looky here. I will not be randomly picking this. Oh, wait. No, I think the pin just pushed out of this. If you can't see, the rotate thing doesn't work. So let me see. I think the pin is just simply pushed out of place. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, I think I'm still going to pick this one because I think the pin is staying in place a little better. All right. Of course, the thing is, I'm going to sit here and do a little bit of cleaning before I plug these in, and I don't even know if the controller works. Logic says I should probably plug it in and see what the drive does if I just plug the board in before I go through the trouble of cleaning one of these mechanisms. So, all right. So, I think these two mechanisms are okay. They do have resistances. There's nothing open. Well, one of them I saw something open once, but maybe my probes just weren't quite where they should have been. But more importantly, so I'm just going to plug this in with the mechanism that's currently in it, just for this test. Does this board even power up? So I put the board back in place. I have plugged it in. Well, I have plugged it in. I have turned it on. And nothing has happened because my outlet is off. So if something happens, I can very quickly turn it off because I'm turning it off with my phone. All right, turning it on with my phone. All right, Good night, Trina. All right, so power up in 3, 2, 1. And did it make any noises? Oh, I think it might have. So the power light's on. The floppy drive light is out. Let me see what it does when I first turn it on. Okay, so the motor ran for a moment and stopped and the red light went out. So I think the mechanism might actually be working. That's good. Okay, none of the chips are getting hot. Yeah, this is called scientific troubleshooting. Nope, nothing's getting hot. It seemed to work. So this controller board might actually be okay. So let me see if I can't go ahead and swap this mechanism out because it's missing the felt pad. All right. Put a disc in it and see if it runs longer. Okay. Let's see. Do I have a disc? Oh. I can't put a disc in this one. There is no felt pad. I don't want to destroy my disc. Oh, wait. I've got a disc that has a scratch in it. Okay. I do have a disc I can put in it. If the disc gets ruined, it already has a scratch in it. I've already deemed this mechanism garbage. Or even just close the door. Oh, okay. Well, I can do that. No, it didn't run longer. It seemed to run for about the same amount of time. I did close the door. No disc, closed the door, and it's running for the same amount of time when you power it up. Could that be because I don't have it hooked up to a C64? Oh, and okay. Let's see if it starts again. Okay, well, I can do that. All right, I open the door, close the door, and nothing. No, I opened and closed the door. It did nothing. It is doing nothing. But this, I can't trust this mechanism. Have a small piece of paper. No, but I have a floppy disk. This disk is no account. It's got a scratch on it. Oh, that didn't do it either. Put it in the left side so it blocks the right protect hole. No. Still nothing. Does it auto-diagnose on power up? The drive light comes on briefly and the motor spins, which I thought's all it would do until you actually connect it to a C64. I have screws out. I can't really hold it in a way to show you what it's doing, but well, I guess I could put a screw back in. But yeah, when you turn it on, the drive light comes on, the motor spins briefly, and then the motor stops and the red light turns off. So Well, now, is it possible that this drive mechanism is damaged in more ways than the felt pad is missing? Because it seems like you're having me do something that should trigger some sort of micro switch or something on the drive. And I mean, I can tell someone's tampered with the drive. The felt pad's missing. The red light is not flashing. Here, what I'm going to do, assuming these cables are long enough, I'm going to plug a different mechanism in and try it. This is under the assumption that someone has done something with this mechanism and all right. Oh, let's see here. I want that plug in. There we go. And all right. Oh, now I can actually show you what this mechanism does. I haven't greased anything. Well, actually, I don't think the motor spun on this one. Hey, big bad biologist. I think the motor's dead on this one. Because it did not spin at all. The red light came on, but it didn't spin. Or did I miss a... Did I miss a cable? No, there's only... I did spin the motor a little. Yeah, the motor on this one's not spinning. Which probably means one of the components on this circuit board are bad. No, I got all the cables from it. I plugged all the cables in. That's not to say that there's not damage somewhere on here, but I plugged all the cables in from it. Because there's only 4 coming from the drive. Well, looks like I might need to Frankenstein something together at great trouble. Alright, well let me try this other mechanism that... Check the caps on the motor. Well, there's 4 caps. Check, the motor has 4 caps. That's about all I can say right now. And none of them look like they're beefy enough to run a motor. Oh, probably because the big orange one's a 5th cap. I would certainly hope the motor's not running with any of those 4. I hope the motor's on that cap there, because these do not look really big enough to run a motor. Let me try the other mechanism. The motor's not even making any attempt to spin. I would be more inclined to say that it's the transistor, which... It's the transistor, or maybe that IC that's in the socket. Let me see what the other one does. And if it does the same thing, then I'll investigate a little further. Unfortunately, it seems like the easy fix would be to just swap the heads, but actually that's the impossible fix. Like, yeah, wouldn't it be easy to just swap the heads? Well, of course it might. Well, okay, I may check again. Maybe I plugged the cable in and missed a pin, but all right, let's see what this one does first. All right. Oh, wait. The motor's not running on this one either. I'm joking, Sloopy. Don't swap the heads. You'll just ruin. Yeah, the motor's not working on this one either. It also has a slightly different mechanism. It has more caps on it. Yeah, probably would be better off swapping the motor, but is it the motor? All right, All right, rule number 1 of troubleshooting. If in doubt, put the original back. Honestly, I really don't know how much trouble a new sonic mechanism's worth to get it to work. Joe would probably say, it's not, replace it with solid state, move on. Solved. Easy. Okay, so this one the motor did spin. So yes. Are the PSU voltages okay? I haven't checked that yet. But the original motor did spin. I have no idea where the voltages are checked at. Because did I have time to read any of the service manuals for doing this live stream? No. Oh, it does tell me what the resistance of the spindle motor should be. Okay, that's cool. I'll have to check those spindle motors on those other 2 mechanisms. Okay, Joe, I call shenanigans because I prompted you, but yeah, that's probably what you would have said anyways. Yeah. Yes, this drive mechanism was spinning. So I'm trying to read the troubleshooting guide. So it's got a whole bunch of drive motor runs continuously, but it doesn't say. It doesn't have one that says drive motor does not run. Huh. Some troubleshooting guide you wrote, Commodore. All right, let me. Well, Joe, the reason I have not hooked this drive up to a Commodore 64 to see if it works is because it's missing the felt pad. It will not work without the felt pad. I don't know if that part is a part that I can swap without damaging the other drives. Or I don't I mean, I can see if I can put the felt pad from one of these other mechanisms in this one and see if it reads a disk, but I don't know if I can... swap that. Although, let me... I'm trying to glance through the troubleshooting guide. Let me check something here. Okay, this guide did have resistances for the spindle motor. If I can find a point where I can check them. I just want to see... I can't read Japanese to know which is which. Oh. Spindle motor should have a red, a yellow, a gray, and a blue cable. And it has red, 2 yellow, and a blue cable. Thanks, Commodore. Wait a minute. This troubleshooting guide is awful. It's giving me colors of wires that don't even exist. Alright, let me check power. Let me see if this troubleshooting guide will at least give me a sensible location to check power. Oh, well, okay. It uses a 6502 processor. Fine. Alright. I think all the voltages are on the... No, they're not all on the 6502, but at least I can check 5 volts. Okay. 6502 pin out. And then I'll somewhere find a 12 volt point to check. Okay, so I believe pin 1 is ground. It's marked as VSS. So I think pin 1 and pin 21 are marked VSS. So I believe that's ground. And pin 8 is VCC. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 5 volts. Okay. So the 5 volt supply is supplying 5 volts. Now. Yeah. I suspect I would have had issues if they were off. Still. Okay. Alright. Let me see if there's another service manual. One that maybe gives me the correct... $1541 to service manual addendum. Okay, that sounds promising. Ooh, there we go. Oh, wait a minute. This might not be for the right thing. Oh, is this for the... Hold on. This is the wrong one. 1541-2. Isn't that the 3.5-inch drive? No, it says Alps. Oh, hold on. Oh, no, this is for the 1541 and the 1541-2. Okay, and then it gives you a page and some information on 1541-2 because that's the new thing that they're issuing this for, but then they go to the 1541 addendum. Wait a minute. Well, that's not helpful. Oh, this is only part... this PDF's awful. It only has part of it. Come on. Just trying to find a service manual for the 1541 that doesn't have the wrong pinout for components. Is that too much to ask for? Apparently so. I just found the HTML version. All right, cool. All right, so Newtronics. Wow, that's awful. Okay, resistance checks. Maybe the... Nope. Oh, wait. Maybe it doesn't matter. Okay. Maybe we're fine. Sloopy, I can't hook it up to a Commodore. There's no felt pad on it. I don't... Or does this not require the felt pad to run these checks? Oh, hey, Will Jr. 880. I mean, as long as I don't need to put a disk in it to run the check you say. Remember, I know hardly anything about the C64 other than it's an 8-bit computer and has a 6810 instead of a 6802. Okay. Well, I don't need a disk in it. I do need space on my workbench, though. Okay. Hold, please, while I attempt to make enough space so that I don't, like, catastrophically do something. Alright. Let me pull the C64 on the bench. Remember how to plug the keyboard back Alright, someone's going to have to tell me which pin one on the keyboard is, because it looks like in my overzealous joy to open the C64 and inspect its insides before I powered it up, I just went full send and unplugged the keyboard and didn't even bother to plug it back in when I was done. And then just let this sit on a shelf for a couple months because I was working on the C64 until I had a video cable because I thought I had loaned my only video cable out to someone and don't have it back yet. In fact, I thought for all day at work was thinking, oh great, I'm just going to have to plug in a TV and not be able to show anyone what's happening. And then, of course, when I went to grab the C64, I realized I had another video cable the entire time because Savvy Sage sent me one. So I've been working on this thing for no good reasons at all because I didn't realize I had a video cable the entire time. Now, granted, is it going to reach the port on my scaler? That might actually be a problem. Oh, wait. Oh, there we go. All right. I mean, Sloopy, it's hard to call anyone while I'm actually live streaming. The cable, oh, there we go. I got it. I didn't see the key pin. Okay. It's keyed. I didn't see the key pin. I was looking at it in the dark. Let's see. I'm going to presume that is video out because the cable plugs into it. The SID chip is socketed. Okay, why should I remove the SID on a known working C64? The reason why I don't want to unplug the SID is because of... Okay, this is a known working C64. Why did Commodore design these things to last like 5 microseconds? Okay, I will unplug the SID, but I don't really want to unplug the SID. Yeah, you all are acting like, yes, I know there's a risk of frying the SID. But this isn't just a random machine I bought from... Have I checked the output from the power adapter? No. Maybe I should. The thing is, if I remove the SID, I don't have... You all don't see my workbench. This is actually more dangerous for the SID to remove it. Because I do not have room on my workbench at the moment for loose chips. Especially ones of the value of a SID. But I will remove the SID. But if I can find my chip puller, because... Okay. Joe, I wasn't the one that left the metal thing in the C64, or Savvy did. I'm just leaving it here because that's what's in an original C64. Alright, I have removed the SID. It's kind of a 50-50 whether it's safer to leave it in or take it out, because really, I'm really concerned about, like... Yes, yes, I need, lots of things, and that's why I have a coffee goal. So, because I need lots of things. I don't have an anti-static mat. I have a stainless steel workbench that I can constantly rest part of my arm on while I pull chips so that I stay grounded, but that's... Why does Commodore not mark the in and the out ports on the floppy drive? Yes, I'll check voltages here in a minute. I have some static foam. It's just, the problem is I don't really have a good place to set it at the moment. Right now, where it's sitting, it's at risk of falling off. Seriously, I got like too many projects in process. Alright, if I measure voltages in this power supply is turned into fry your C64 mode, I will humbly admit that you all told me so. Yeah, I'm like Yeah, I know I need all the things, but actually, some things I really need are like, could sell my yacht and get some real tools. Yeah, I wish I had a yacht to sell. I mean, actually, the thought had crossed my mind to sell one of my vintage computers to buy some things, and I know the moment I do that, everyone's going to be mad, so I haven't done it yet. I won't say which one to at least protect my. Part of my sanity for now. All right, C64 power and out. Ideally, I would have a non-Commodore power connector too. Why in the world do they have such a funky plug for power? Woohoo! Thank you, Joe. I will get an anti-static mat. And find a place somewhere to put it. I guess okay, I'll have to get an anti-static mat I can solder on, because oh, hush, voltmeter. All right, I'm trying to look at the connector assignment. Okay, so that must be pin 7 there. If that's okay, I'm just trying to figure out which is which. Okay, so I think that's gonna be 9 volts AC. And okay, so those two are gonna be 9 volts AC. Why did they put the 5-volt DC pin so close to the 9-volt AC pins? This is kind of silly. Okay. All right. I think I figured out the pinout on this thing. I might have to switch multi. Whoa. I think I might have to switch multimeter probes because okay, I can't read. Okay, I'm having trouble reading the voltmeter. I sure thought that was 9 volts AC. It's the DC line that drifts high. Okay, well. Okay, I sure thought that. Okay, this should be DC. Are the two wider spaced ones the DC? No, that must. Wait. Oh, hold on. Oh, why did they number these connect? Oh, hold on. Rookie mistake. I misread the numbering of the pins. All right. So 9 volts. The AC is. Hold, please. Hold please while I swap multimeter leads, because I sure thought I read AC was dead. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting a little flustered. Yeah, I think the part I forgot to mention during channel announcements was I actually have a cracked tooth right now. So it doesn't really hurt, but it's bothering me, if that makes any sense. Also, the antibiotic I'm on because of the infection is also bothering me. And I gotta remember to call the dentist in the morning because I think they need to give me another week's course of antibiotics. Alright. Hold please, I'm still trying to clip the leads onto the pins of this power supply so I can measure it. Because I'm having trouble holding my other leads in place, but I'm having trouble clipping it. I know. Yeah, I know, Jeremy, but I'm getting flustered at the multimeter leads. Yes, it's a computer for enjoyment. I should take a breath. Maybe I should go upstairs and get a drink of water too, because I'm kind of thirsty. All right, so the two pins that I believe are AC. Well, I think I'm having a sad because of a bad power supply. The two AC pins are at 0.9 volts AC. Okay. The two DC pins are... Oh, this doesn't make any sense. Wait. Are those the AC pins? I am 2 and 5. Okay. 2 and 5. I don't know. I am looking at a diagram that appears to be reversed from the way I would have expected it to be. Okay, so on the DC, I have 5.12 volts. Okay, so DC is 5.12 volts. AC is... AC's dead. All right, let me... Yeah, yeah, so 5 volts is good. Hey, Roger, welcome. Yes, I put my meter in AC mode. My meter is in AC mode. Hi, Commodore Chronicles and Fine and Tandy podcasts. Open the brick and check. Well, okay, I can open the brick after I unplug it. I will say this was supposed to be a floppy drive repair live stream, not a C64 repair live stream. C64, you didn't get the memo. Okay. Let's... I mean, I could probably rebuild it too, Jeremy. Well, well, when I'll have the time to rebuild it's another question. Okay, let me get up. Let me clear some space on my workbench because it looks like I gotta open up a C64 brick and inspect it. I'm sure I'm actually probably, when I go back and look at my Discord messages at some point, I'm probably going to realize that Savvy told me, yeah, I'm sending you the brick. I think it works, but I haven't used it in a year or two. Okay, oh, let me unplug the brick. Safety first. When opening things that have the potential of having live voltages in them, unplug them. Make sure they're unplugged. All right. Well, I did remove the SID, but I am going to want to use the SID. How do you open up one of these bricks? There's no screws. Oh, wait. Someone's had this open before. Oh, well, Jeremy, well, I mean, yeah, you can send it to me, but the thing is, you have to give it 5 volts DC and 9 volts AC, and someone's had this open before. You use a saw to open them. Fine. I'm probably just going to buy an aftermarket and be done with it. This was not... Oh, wait a minute. Someone's had... Okay, this has definitely been open before. For something I'm supposed to have to use a saw to open, the Spudger's doing quite a nice job. I think someone's had this open before. Well. It's glued shut, use heat. Alright. Just please don't tell me to desolder anything. At the moment, I have no desoldering capabilities. Yes, I know. The SID's... Yeah, the 9 volts AC, I believe, yeah, is only used by the SID and the data set. I would like to inspect this real quick, though, because I don't like things... I do not like power supplies that are not outputting the correct voltages, so I would like to inspect this. You will give me the chance to check it. Let's make sure that it's not... The AC is not failed because there's a loose wire that's about to touch the 5-volt output and then cause a SAD. Probably just a solid block. Yeah, well, let me open. If it's a solid block of epoxy, then there's no wires that could be loose to short the 5-volt rail and blow up things. Last thing I need is a C64 that has all its chips die. Alright, I just want to inspect it. Hopefully the heat will loosen the glue a little bit. If I can't get it open, I'll stop and I'll just, like, plug in the C64 and... Oh, it is solid. potting material. No worries, Jeremy. I can get power supplies. All right. If Sloopy says it's solid potting material, so all right. I'm just gonna snap this plastic back on and be happy with the fact that the 5 volt's working now, and I'll. Oh, well, I don't know that I'll be able to get this back together. Okay. All right, well, I guess I have another item to add to my C64 repair stream that will happen whenever I can get parts. I guess I get to build a new power supply for it. Okay. All right, let me plug that back in. And I hope you all realize that I knew they called some of the power adapters Commodore killers, but I didn't realize this was the one they were talking about. All right, well, let me at least see that the Commodore powers up, and then we'll go from there. All right. I mean, it should power up. I don't have the LED plugged in, but... Oh! LED probably is just... gets power and turns on. Okay, we'll see you later, Thomas. Okay. Supposedly working C64, other than it needs a replacement PLA. And I don't have the LED plugged in. Oh, and... Okay, maybe I'd better plug the LED back in. Okay. Okay, there we go. The LED is on. Yes, it would appear as if the screen is blank. Well, welcome to my Commodore 64 wants to take over the stream because it's jealous that I thought I would work on floppy drives. Next on my Commodore 64 is jealous, I'm going to get to see if we have voltages on the motherboard because obviously my C64 can't stand the fact that I was just going to simply repair floppy drives today. So, of course, it wants some attention too. The fuse is intact. Well, Jeremy, the symptoms I was given when I bought this were not that the screen was blank. It was that the Easy Flash didn't work. However, that, I admit, sounds like a early symptom of the PLA failing. I, unfortunately, do not have all of the parts to build the PLA replacement because I have yet to manage to find the Arduino header pins in a size and quantity price point that I'm willing to buy because I see so many kits on Amazon that they just want to sell you the exact number to put on one Arduino, and they charge an awful lot for that privilege. I'd like to find a more reasonable size, maybe yeah, maybe a more reasonable size, but yeah, it would seem as if the PLA probably has gone bad. Oh, cool. There's 7 ceramic Hitachi memory chips and 1 plastic Hitachi memory chip in here. That's neat. And with the video cable plugged in, I can't show you. Well, I'm kind of hoping the memory doesn't go bad because I kind of like the ceramic memory chips. That's actually kind of cool. All right, well, obviously, the PLAs probably get them in 8-pin bulk. Well, Joe, I was actually hoping to find them in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe 14-pin varieties so that I didn't have to waste so many pins. But yeah, I suspect I'll just have to buy them in 8-pin. It just was kind of lower on the list because, well, I didn't realize I was going to run out of things to work on because I scrapped multiple boards on Dave's stream. On Dave's stream. Okay, let me see if I can find some voltage points. Let me at least make sure that, despite the fact that I checked that this power adapter has 5 volts on it, let me make sure that there's 5 volts. Oh, wait. Okay, I can't check it at the voltage regulators because they're going to have 0 volts on them, I believe. Yeah, because there's no AC voltage. So, okay, where can I get? Does anyone have a handy pen I can check? Oh, hey Nick, welcome. Are any supporting MOS chips? The only MOS chips on this board are as follows: the VIC, the PLA, the processor, ROMs, and the 2 CIAs. Those are the MOS chips. The supporting logic chips are... Okay, so the supporting logic chips are... Okay, there's one that's got a beta symbol on it. I do not know what brand that is, but that's not MOSTech. There's a Mitsubishi, or not Mitsubishi, there's a Motorola. 8 Hitachi memory chips. Oh, okay, okay, yes, there are some Mitsubishi chips, but that was awkward, called Motorola Mitsubishi. There's some Mitsubishi 74 series chips, some Fujitsu, Texas Instruments, Motorola, National, Fujitsu, and 2 that I can't tell what brand they are, but they're not MOSTech because they actually have a... Wait a minute, what the... C47 and C32, I have no... I do not know what those chips are. They are not marked MOSTech. But they also... Oh, are those must be the color RAM chips. Are those the color RAM? I don't know what brand they are. Are these the color RAM? 2114 chips. They might be. They're it says HEF 4066BP HSS B3221W. I think those are RAM chips, but no, those aren't RAM chips. No, I see the 2114. I have no idea what those 2 chips are. I'd have to look at the schematic. I do not know. Yes, Jeremy, I do know that the MOS chips are notorious for failures. The PLA probably has failed. I cannot build the PLA replacement tonight because I don't have the correct pins for socket. I also can't desolder the PLA chip. because my desolder handpiece is permanently disassembled and I don't have line of sight to putting a new heater on it because the heaters are not color coded as to what is what. Hey Dave, welcome. Also, I did something dumb when I cut the wires, not realizing that the replacements weren't color coded at all, and I cut them so that I had the maximum length of wire in the handpiece, which gave me absolutely zero reference afterwards when I realized my mistake of what went where. So yeah, also I have like 3 inches of solder braid until tomorrow. Actually, come to think of it, I was supposed to get solder braid today. Amazon. Okay, obviously there was supposed to be solder braid in my mailbox. I told Amazon I wanted it Tuesday. I didn't even realize there was no solder braid in my mailbox. Nothing from Amazon went out for delivery today. So yeah, I cannot. I mean, I do have the gal chips. I do have the boards. I just don't have the pins that are the good ones for putting in a socket. I don't even have turned pins, which are acceptable. Yeah, this is the failure and frustration stream. That's how low on supplies I am. I did order a spool of Gutwick. That's the good news. I ordered Gutwick from Japan. But then when I realized exactly how little wick I had, I then ordered some MG Chemicals wick. Yeah, it's still Tuesday in Amazon's mind. I'm sorry, Joe. I am on an antibiotic. It is making me grumpy. And my tooth does not hurt, but it is bugging me. Because Joe, I cracked a tooth. It doesn't hurt, but it's infected and it's bugging me. So I'm not in pain, but I'm being bothered. So I apologize. Yeah. Oh, you're commiserating. Yeah. So to anyone watching this live stream, if I do seem a bit grumpier than normal, I cracked a tooth. Molar number 30. It's got to come out. I see the oral surgeon July 19th, which for a consult. So unfortunately, for at least the next 2.5 weeks, assuming my math is right. Actually, I guess it's 3 weeks. It'd be 3 weeks tomorrow. So yeah, I guess for the next 3 weeks, well, yeah, I'm gonna have a tooth that's bugging me. I'm probably going to take next Tuesday off of live streaming because it's Independence Day. We all need a break. Yeah, abscess teeth are no fun. Yeah. So I apologize if I'm grumpier than normal or if you can tell something's bothering me, because something is bothering me and it's not anything I can just fix. So yeah, I'm about to call my dentist tomorrow because I think I need another week of antibiotics, honestly. I'm hoping they'll just prescribe them without me having to actually go see them, because my dentist can't do anything about it because they're just a dentist. Yeah, and the ironic thing is, knowing that there are certain things you probably shouldn't be chewing because they can risk cracking your teeth. I haven't been chewing ice. I haven't been eating popcorn, and I've been trying to do the right things. And what cracked my tooth? Well, I was eating something and it had something hard in it that shouldn't have been there. I think it was a piece of bone. Maybe I should have expected that what I was eating could have had a bone in it, but well, let's just say that it wasn't obvious that there was a bone in what I was eating, and it was like a little bit of a bone, but it was big enough that I bit down on it with that tooth. I didn't bite down on it all the way, but when I told my dentist that like as soon as I felt that I was biting down on something that shouldn't be there, I released. But my dentist kind of looked at me and was like, "Yeah, that still would have been enough to cracked it." Because the thing is, she thought there was a crack in it, but it wasn't anything that was showing up on any sort of imaging. It was like surface. So yeah, she told me that, yeah, when you bit down on that, even though you released as soon as you felt that there was something between your teeth, she was like, yeah, that probably was what actually cracked it. So yeah, I was trying to do all the right things and eat something that has a little bit of a bone in it that I wasn't expecting, and although maybe I should have been expecting. So yeah. Nope, it wasn't fish, Jeremy. It was sausage. I was having a very nice sausage, egg, and cheese. Don't know if it was a croissant or a bagel or English muffin. It was one of the three. But yeah, it was my breakfast. So, anyways, yeah, this is the Justin frustration stream because apparently I get to have a C64 repair live stream sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, not tonight because I can't. I can't desolder anything because Amazon. I ordered Wick and it was supposed to be delivered today. And actually, quite honestly, if I look, I suspect Amazon's probably going to have sent me an email by now of Nope, Amazon hasn't yet sent me the email of, yeah, we're still trying to get you that. We're sorry it's late. So, all right, oh, come on, Amazon. I just want to open the app. Let me check. Arriving today by 10 p.m. Sorry, Amazon. Oh. Okay. Okay, so Amazon's telling me it's going to arrive today by 10 p.m. Also, can anyone tell me, well, you probably know why I laughed. Something tells me I am not going to get this today by 10 p.m., considering it hasn't shipped and it's 4 till. Thanks, Amazon. You're the greatest. You are absolutely the greatest when I really need things like that. Okay. Well, okay. So I can't test the floppy drive with the C64 because the C64 is not happy. I don't have enough solder wick to even start to desolder a PLA. Yeah, Eric said it could be worse. It could be a G4 lamp. Yeah, well, that just kind of sucked all the fun out of the live stream because I was hoping to be able to test the floppy drive and actually check out one of these wonderful games like Moonsweeper or Sargon 2 or everyone's favorite Nova Blast. Oh wait, I might have gotten those mixed up. Maybe that one's actually everyone's favorite. Yeah, I guess that goes to show you that Yeah, my C64 that I thought was working is not working. Hmm. All right. Well, I guess at least what I'm going to do, because I don't want to risk losing it. Or doing that with the SID. I've unplugged it. I'm going to put the SID back. Because I don't want to drop it potentially like I just did 2 Pentium processors. Not that I can't replace them easier. Okay, so obviously the C64 is broken. I mean, honestly, if I had... I also don't have a dead test cartridge, so I guess I might as well add that to my list of things to order. Okay, so I can't test anything I do. I mean, other than that, my C64 is a very, very nice. I think this is bread bin style, given descriptions. It's got a keyboard. It's got function keys. It's got a mark on the front, which is why Savvy Sage sold this one, because he got a better one. It's got a power LED. It's got ports. It's got more ports. You all have seen the ports ad nauseum. It's, for whatever it's worth, it's serial number P01005181, made in USA, attempted repair by unauthorized persons, voids warranty. Darn it, my warranty's void. Alright. Yeah, it has all the best ports. It's got a SID chip. I guess that's the most important thing. I got it from someone that I knew would not, like... It wasn't someone that I was afraid would, like, sell me a C64 that didn't have a SID chip. I knew Savvy would sell me one with a SID chip. Okay, so it's got all the best ports. It just doesn't have a good PLA. It's the 250407. So, yeah, Geeks open ASAP. Yeah, actually, that's why the keyboard was unplugged, because I opened it up, even though I knew Savvy was not going to take the SID out of it. I still wanted to inspect it when I got it, to make sure everything was in good condition. But yeah, it's the 250407. I don't know. I think that's the number you need. So I've got the boards to make the PLA replacement. I've got the gals. I need to get the pins. I think I even have sockets. I just don't have the pins. Now I have incentive to order the pins. So, because yeah, most likely it's the PLA probably went bad in the meantime. So, yep. I mean, Savvy did tell me that it was having trouble with the Easy Flash cartridge. He told me that up front. So, I knew that meant that the PLA was flaky. So full disclosure, I was told that up front. So I knew the PLA would eventually fail. I mean, it is a MOSTech chip, so it probably would eventually fail. Anyways, I knew it was showing signs of degradation. So that was disclosed up front. So so I did get what I was sold. It's just unfortunately the PLA failed in the meantime. It's not like I got this yesterday. It's been sitting on my shelf for a couple months. Partly because I forgot that he included a video cable with it, and I kept holding off working on this thing because I had loaned my video cable out to someone, not realizing that I had one the whole time. So, yeah, all chips do eventually fail electron creep, yeah. Unfortunately, some fail sooner than others. MOSTech! So, alright. I I guess there's a consolation if you're hanging out this long. There were also a couple other things I wanted to do to the C64. I actually noticed on Tindy there's a someone that makes a interposer that goes under the VIC2 chip that gives you a higher quality output that you can plug into an RGB to HDMI and get a nice output from your Commodore 64. I wanted to do that. I had thought about doing the RF replacement to, that the RetroWeb designed, but I'm holding off on that because all the parts for that project are AliExpress parts, and let's just say that after adding the ones that I knew I couldn't find at a vendor because they were like odd sizes of things, the total was so expensive. I'm like, I cannot order all this stuff from AliExpress because each of these links is taking me to a different vendor, and each of these vendors charges a separate shipping charge. This is unsustainable. So I'm holding off on that because I need to. Yeah, I need to find a cheaper way. So, but yeah, yeah, it's a 250407. Yeah, sure, Joe. You can move in. I charge reasonable rent rates for the basement. So, well, you know, there is something we could do. I did say that I had two 1541 floppy drives, and I've only shown you one. Actually, I told you I had three, but one I bought in refurbished condition, so there was no repair required. Let's pull out the other 1541 and at least see what condition it's in, because it just arrived today and Mercari's asking me to rate the transaction. So let's open that box up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Roger's right. I do charge extra to use the sink. I'll, okay. So now that we've had some Commodore 64 disappointment, let's take a look at this box here. Oh. There's no bathroom in my basement, Joe, so yeah, that's probably the deal breaker for renting part of my basement. Also, the commute might be a bit far, but oh, that's right. Yeah. Maybe that's not a problem. I would even give you a place to, yeah, no ensuite bathroom hard pass. Yeah, I kind of suspected that would be the case. Yeah, I would have even said that I would found a doorway that you could have put that sign up above to as a reminder of. But then again, I think you'd probably rather. I do have a fire pit you could burn that sign in to just completely get that negativity out of your life. But yeah, there's no ensuite bathroom down here. Okay. I just pulled one odd thing out of this box, and quite honestly, oh. And that's funny. There's one of those wolf spiders that out of the corner of my eye I saw as I tossed that box backwards, and unfortunately it moved. Although, yeah, that'd been gross. Yeah. Yeah, Joe, Joe is now work from home, so his business's ex-landlord, which is the whole reason why he had a sign hanging in his office that said 8 cents, well, is now their ex-landlord. Oh, that's even better, Joe. Yes, apparently they left the sign in place so that their ex-landlord can look at it and wonder why in the world there's a sign hanging above the doorway that says 8 cents. And it's their ex-landlord that's the whole reason the sign is there, for disagreeing with 8 cents of a mileage reimbursement for someone that worked there. Yeah. It's fairly well packed. So it did, okay, good. Here's the 2 discs that were luckily included. So it looks like, I think these are the original Commodore discs, and oh, that's okay. I'm not really liking the condition of. Okay, well, the top side of this, oh, there's some dirt and crumb on the top. It looks like that's scratched on top, but the bottom's the side that gets red. Yeah, this disc might actually have mold on it. It's just kind of, it's not obvious, but there's just something bugging me about this disc, which probably means I shouldn't use it. All right, so I probably will have to find get another copy of this somehow. Yeah, yeah, I don't like the way that disc looks either. Okay, so I am not going to use either of these discs. I don't know that they're moldy, but there's just something about the magnetic media that just is bothering me, so I probably won't use them. Which is a shame, because those were the diagnostic discs. Alright, so there's the drive mechanism. So this one does have the Alps mechanism, so it probably will work. It has the 4 rubber feet on the bottom. It looks like there was a drive sitting on top of this at some point that the feet turned sticky. These rubber feet are actually not sticky. There's nothing rattling around inside the drive. If anyone's curious, for the record, this one is serial number BA1C58412, made in Japan. So, ooh, 240 gal replacement chips. Now, there was something in this box that caught me as odd. And it's a power adapter of some sort. Now, what is the chance that this could be a... No, it's not. Okay. Actually, I don't know what that is. Okay, I was about to say... I was wondering, well, what's the chance that's a C64 power adapter? But no, it's not a C64 power adapter. Oh, wait. It is a C64 power adapter. Wait a minute. What is this? I don't know. I don't recognize this power adapter. It's got a CE sticker on the bottom. And it says C64 there on the top. Oh, so this is a new C64 power adapter. Oh, well, was this even in the product photos? I don't remember. Hold on. I think I got a. I don't. I think they sent me this as a surprise bonus. Because, yeah. It's not in the photos anywhere. Hey! Okay, so I have an aftermarket C64 power adapter that I was totally... Okay, yeah. So Joe says it's not as nice as that other one, but still way better than the factory unit. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. All right, so I have a power adapter that's not going to murder my C64, I guess. Yeah, oh, hey, Jason. Yeah, what a twist. Here I am bummed out that my C64 doesn't work, and that's still a bummer, but it looks like I now have the power adapter I need, and I wasn't even expecting it. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna rate this buyer right now because, yeah, okay, let's see here. Rate seller. I opened it and I accept the item 5 stars. Quick shipper. Item description, that's good. Great packaging. Yeah, everything's here. Yes, autocorrect. I meant to type that. All right, everything pictured was included, as well as an extra power adapter. Awesome sauce, 5-star rating. Submit rating, confirm. All right, there we go. Here you go. Obviously, gets a 5-star rating before I continue because that's awesome. Now you're probably wondering, well, aren't you going to at least test this? Well, no, the seller did say it was untested. So, considering the fact that they included an extra power adapter that wasn't even pictured, well, this thing could, like, catch fire on my workbench, and I will happily go run upstairs and grab the fire extinguisher. Okay, I hope it doesn't come to that, but... Alright, well, let's see what it does when I power it up. Unfortunately, I can't test it on the C64, but... Alright. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Drive light came on, it spun, and then it stopped. Well, if I close the door... Nothing happened. Oh, okay, what if I put a disc in and close the door? Okay, maybe not. You know, I suspect you have to... I suspect it's got to be connected to the C64. Alright, well, at least powered up, it didn't make funny noises, it didn't make funny smoky smells, it wasn't flashing an error. So this one seems to work, and it's got the Alps mechanism, so it's probably just going to work. I guess for reference, because I might want to... I guess maybe might be convinced at some point to put something like Jiffy DOS in it. Although that requires upgrading the C64. You know, I wish you didn't have to upgrade both sides, because there are some times where I would like to suffer through the pain of just using this the way it was meant to be used. And I don't want to drill holes in vintage equipment to add toggle switches, even if they did it back in the day. Because I'll have you know, there are many floppy drives, C64 floppy drive I've just not even saved as a watched item because it had holes drilled in it. And yes, you could say that, well, but someone already drilled the holes in it, so it's period correct. Jeremy, I'll fix mine. I just can't fix mine tonight. I guess I have incentive to see if I can't get some of those Arduino pins, even if I just order enough to build one of those adapters. Come on. All right, I'm trying to make the, you know, usually when you're trying to get all 4 screws to come out, it does help to actually, all right, well, it's probably going to fall out at some point. I mean, all right. Well, let's see if I can find a place to put this. Yeah, I'm running out of places to set things. When will the stack topple? I mean, yeah, it would be nice to borrow a working C64, but I'll repair mine. I need the incentive to just repair mine. I think you'll understand. Because if you loan me a C64, then it will be I will have less of an incentive to repair mine quicker. And I'll have to ship it back to you too. I mean, if I change my mind, I guess I have until you package up all that stuff to let you know if I do change my mind, but I think I need some incentive to fix mine. But yeah, this one does seem to be working. It does appear, I mean, it does appear as if it's the long board. I don't really want to take the shield off because I have no reason to take it off other than, I mean, I could clean the drive heads, I guess, but okay. Yeah, I'll be available later. I probably will end the live stream sooner than usual because I kind of struck out on being able to power up the C64. I mean, I guess I could try powering it up with the third-party power supply, but no. No, if the PLA's bad, that's not going to fix it. It's all right. Okay, so it's got a long board. Since I can't test this tonight, I'm kind of less excited to totally tear it apart and do a lot of things. But I guess let me at least remove the shield. Let me remove the shield so I can at least, if I'm curious to, so I can at least see if it needs recapped. Because if it needs recapped, I'll need to know which caps to order, because Console 5 kit has some of the caps standard, but then some of them you order based on what's on your board, because there's some, I think it's these axial caps that are expensive that they don't include those by default. They let you select what's in your drive, because I think some have 3 and some have 2 and some things like that. But anyways, also, if I were convinced to put Jiffy DOS in something, I'll need to know what's in here too. Oh, oh, lovely. So it looks like the ROMs, one's General Instruments and one's MOSTEC. And we've got a Rockwell CPU. That's good. That'll probably keep chugging for a long time. And then, of course, the MOS, I think those are the CIAs, MOS. Okay, but there's the board. I think the caps, oh, no. The caps do not all look fine. Ooh. I was about to say the caps all look fine. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. Can you guess which thing is, No, I've forgotten the lyrics of the song. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. We make MOS 6502 processors because we own MOS, so let's throw a Rockwell in there. Actually, I think, depending on when they were making these, they were actually selling C64s faster than they could make the chips for them. So I think that's why they were using other manufacturers' chips. In fact, I think for some of the standard logic chips, they were making C64 so fast that they had to make them at MOS as well to keep up. But I have to wonder if by making those chips at MOS, were they taking away capacity to make things like the processors and the mask ROMs? Makes you wonder, hey. Yeah, this capacitor here does not look okay. So this drive, although it did power up, I suspect it has 5 volts on it. I will probably recap it, because generally I generally do an all or nothing recap, because it's easier to keep track of it. If I'm gonna bother recapping it, I do the whole thing. I know some people just replace the caps that are bad on something like this. I don't know, not having seen the bottom of one of these circuit boards, I may take it off and realize that, oh, these are the cheap circuit boards, let me only replace what's necessary. But yeah, that cap does not look very happy at all. Now, it is a 1 microfarad 50 volt. I certainly have those. That is actually a value I stock. In fact, actually, I have a feeling I have some to my right if I would look under the small pile of stuff that's over there. But I am not going to try to desolder anything, because seriously, I have so little solder wick. Since I can't test this, I'm not going to try to replace that tonight. Just in case, between now and whenever I actually get the wick I ordered from Amazon, I have something that I actually need to repair. I will at least have a few inches of solder wick to be able to do so. I mean, what's the likelihood that I will end up needing to repair something between now and then? Hopefully pretty low. But I mean, I don't want to use my last little bit of wick just in case, like, I gotta repair something that I use day in and day out, and I want to at least make sure I have some wick to do so. Actually, I think I've misplaced my little spool of wick, but I think I have like 3 inches of wick left. So I'm going to save that until I get more wick for something that I need to repair and use right away. So I'm not going to try to remove that cap tonight. I am, though, curious just to kind of see what the voltages are like on this thing. See if I kind of suspect that capacitor is probably not going to affect the voltages very much. I mean, it could. I don't know what that's doing in the circuit, but I suspect that's probably a filtering cap for something. All right. Let me see what our 5 volts looks like. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh. Okay, so 5 volts is 4.89 volts. So that's actually a little low. That cap might actually be affecting things. It might also be that some of these other caps need replaced too. Okay. So yeah, 5 volts is a little low. All right, let me see if I can find a place where I can check 12 volts. I mean, 12 volts is probably fine because the drive did spin up. And I think there's some test points on here somewhere. I just don't know what they are right offhand. But I think there are a couple test points where I could test voltages, but I gave up trying to go through the service manual to figure them out. Well, I don't know that it's important. Hey, RetroTech Chris. Well, glad you could join us. Hopefully you are not on whatever cruise ship that was that made the news that the passengers were all running for their life because a storm popped up and chairs were blowing off the deck or something like that. So yeah, so I've yeah, tonight's going swimmingly well. I've repaired nothing and my C64 is broken. And at some point during the stream, I realized that there was supposed to be solder wick in my mailbox, and Amazon has yet to ship it. It was supposed to be delivered today, so yeah. This is the comedy of errors stream, it seems like. But anyways, yeah, this is the... Oh, the good thing is, though, I got a free power adapter with this floppy drive that wasn't even mentioned in the description, so... Oh, okay. You're just hanging out in Miami. Okay, so you're not... For some reason, I thought you were going on a cruise. You were just simply going to Miami. Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know what cruise ship it was, but it was one that left Cape Canaveral, and fairly soon thereafter ran into a storm, and it was like a pop-up storm, and it was blowing chairs left and right on the deck. So yeah. Jeremy, RetroTech Chris, yeah, I had actually mentioned to Chris, I guess it was last month, I was like, hey, Chris, maybe we should catch up in June, and he's like, here's my schedule, good luck finding a day. And then it was by the way, the days where I'm not traveling, I still probably have to watch kids, so it's like, and then I think my response was like, okay, Chris, maybe we could shoot for July. Okay, you were going on a charter boat, but not a cruise. Okay. Yeah. Chris has been one busy dude this month. So, yeah. So okay, like it looks like I got a capacitor to replace. I don't really have enough solder wick that I want to try to do that tonight because I might need it for something more important. Because my C64 PLA failed. At least I guess it's the PLA. Given given the description, the symptoms I was given when I bought the C64 of what it was doing, I am presuming the PLA failed because the symptoms were, for Chris, your benefit. The symptom I was given was that Easy Flash didn't work, and Easy Flash is Easy Flash expects the timing on the PLA to be correct, and if a PLA is failing and it won't have the correct timing, and Easy Flash won't work. So I knew before I bought the C64 that the PLA was failing, but apparently between when I bought it and tonight it failed. So, oh well. Yeah, July is better. Yes. Well, for me, July is going to be a crazy month, but we will find it. We'll find a time. I know we will. Because I in July I have well, I guess I do have some time off in July, but then I have this civic duty called jury duty. So yeah, when I told my parents the days that I potentially would have to be go to the courthouse to be on the jury, they were like, "That's all." Where we are in the state, we have like a 3-month period we're given. So yeah, it's like I guess I was like, well, I guess that's one benefit of living in a small county is there's fewer days that court is scheduled. So yeah, basically the current court session I was given, there's 7 days in the current court session where trials are scheduled. So, but yeah, the well, I mean, it's I guess in those other counties, it's like you don't necessarily have to go to the courthouse for 3 months straight. It's basically you're on call for 3 months. So you have to call into the clerk's office. And if your name is, usually what they do is they have a recording. So you call the recording, and if your name is on the recording, then you actually do have to report to the courthouse because you were selected for the jury pool for that day. And then, well, then you go through the process of, I guess, basically being interviewed for the jury pool. So, but yeah, in my county, I guess it's a small county, and or the number of actual trial dates they have scheduled for this session that I'm get to do jury duty on, which is the months of July and August. There's only 7 court dates scheduled. So as far as I understand, those are the only 7 days, the previous day of which I have to call the clerk's office to see if my name is on the recording. And in the state of Virginia, as probably many other states, if I actually do serve on the jury, then that's it for the next 3 years. I can actually take the exception of I was on a circuit court jury and I don't have to do it again for 3 years. Now, if I go to the courthouse because I'm in the jury pool, but I'm not selected, that doesn't get me out of potentially having to go back again to be in a jury pool for a different trial. So, but once I serve on the jury, I have fulfilled my jury duty requirement and can take the exception to not serve again. So I am fully expecting that I will have to serve on a jury because I am in a small county, and I suspect that even though I am an engineer and lawyers do not like engineers serving on juries because we're too analytical, I fully expect I'm still going to end up serving on a jury for some reason because The thing is, they only get so many strikes, so they have to use them wisely. I'm fully expecting I will probably end up serving on a jury. So, yeah, I quite like living in a small county. It is quite nice to be in a quiet area where, I mean, our county has our problems. Yeah, we are definitely not a perfect county by any means, but it is definitely a small county, and I guess some of the issues are probably more small county type issues. So it is very nice in this area. Um, how fast do I have? How fast do you have to speed to require a jury trial? Asking for a friend. I believe it has to be at least reckless driving, which is 20 over, or is it 70 or is it like 85 miles an hour, whichever is lower? So like if you're going 15 over but you're going 85, I think you're reckless. So but the thing is though, I think traffic I think though speeding though is not circuit court, I think that's traffic court. Although maybe if you're doing reckless, maybe that does carry over to circuit court. I'm not sure. I just don't go that fast, so I don't have to discover if I would have to choose to have a trial by a jury of my peers. But yeah, yeah, it's more likely that if because the thing is, it's also not even a guarantee that there'll be a trial on any of those 7 days, because it is quite possible that the defendant could plead. So if the defendants plead before the scheduled trial date, then the trial date evaporates. So it is quite possible I won't even, if all the defendants plead, then I may not get called in. So it is quite possible I won't get called in if all the defendants plead, or if enough of them plead that I'm not randomly selected to be in a jury pool. But in that case, though, then I'm fully expecting to get another letter from the clerk saying, you've been selected for jury duty for another 2-month period. So that's how it works. And if I'm not selected for the jury pool, I think still I could get another letter from the clerk saying, well, you've been selected for jury duty again. So, but yeah, that's kind of how it works here. Although it's possible that they can only like give you a jury duty time once every year. So it might be next year before I get potentially selected again. I'm not sure on that. But I do know that if I don't serve on the jury, it will be sooner rather than later before I'll get another letter from the clerk saying you've been selected for jury duty. If it says anything, when I moved in, that was like one of the first things my neighbors told me is like, oh, by the way, you are going to serve on the jury. It's like, oh, okay, that's good to know. I was like, well, I guess it's good that I learned that sooner rather than later. But yeah, they were like, yeah, we're in a small county. You might as well just count on getting called for jury duty. It's not a matter of if, it's when. So I was like, okay, good to know. That is also, that would be a disadvantage of being in a small county, is the potential jury pool candidates are smaller. So you're more likely to get the letter. Because if it says anything, the last county I lived in that county for 16 years, and I got 0 jury summons. I didn't even get the survey that if you're a candidate to get selected for jury duty, because in our state they usually send you a survey if you're in the potential like larger pool. So I lived in that county for 16 years, did not get even a initial jury survey. So yeah, I moved into this subdivision, and like I think the beginning of the year after I moved in, it was like the January after I moved in, because I moved in July. I think it was whenever the next court session, I guess, year started, I got the first jury survey. So Actually, Jason, in our state, there is one thing about that. So if I serve on the circuit court, then I am excused from serving on the jury for circuit court for 3 years. However, all the other if any of the other, like, I think if the grand jury calls, I am not excused from grand jury because I served on circuit court. I could still get called for grand jury duty, but if I serve on the grand jury, then I'm excused from grand jury duty for 3 years. So that's the way it works in Virginia. Is you get an excuse for 3 years for each level of each type of court you serve on. So if you serve on circuit court, that gets you out of having to serve again for 3 years. And that would include if I moved somewhere else in Virginia. So if I'd moved to another county in Virginia and they send me a jury survey, I could check the box that said I served, and you give them the court and the date, and that gets you out of that for 3 years. But yeah, that would not get me out of grand jury if I would get called for that jury pool. So that's kind of how it works in Virginia. You only get the excuse for the jury type that you served on for 3 years. And then, of course, there's also federal court. You could also get called for jury duty on the federal court, and they probably do something very similar. Once you serve, you've got an excuse, but that wouldn't count on state. That would count for the federal, I guess, federal circuit court. So, yep, that's how jury duty works around here. You serve on it, and then you get the excuse for 3 years. But then once that 3 years is up, especially in a small county, oh, you better believe I know I'll get another survey. So. Okay, you're in a district just north of me. Okay, you're done for 2 years. Yep, I thought the federal. I suspected that it would have a similar excuse period. But anyways, I don't think my jury duty will affect my live stream schedule. Knock on wood. I mean, it's always possible the jury could get sequestered. So I will give you, I will put some sort of a heads up in the description of the live stream. My jury duty days would include a Tuesday in July and both a Tuesday and a Thursday in August. I will make sure there's some sort of a note in the description. So in the event that I don't start the live stream on time, don't panic. Just check the description first to make sure I didn't include a subtle note. I probably won't come right out and say I have jury duty. I will probably put a note that there is a chance I will be unavailable. I'll put it generically. So if you see that note in the live stream description and I don't start the live stream at all, then you know I got sequestered. Because I won't be able to, probably about the only thing I'll be able to do is call my boss and let her know that, sorry, I've been sequestered. I won't be at work tomorrow. So yeah, I will, if at all possible, I will try to let someone know so they can put it in the chat. But it is quite possible that if I get sequestered, I may only be able to call my boss and only tell her I won't be at work tomorrow. Hopefully, though, that doesn't happen. So, if I am able to make a second call, I'll probably let RetroTech Chris know, since I know he knows how to get into the chat and could put something in the chat. But if I can only make one call, I will have to let my boss know I won't be at work. Yeah, if I'm ever on Court TV, wear the overalls. Well, I have to say I don't know how much the judge is going to like it, but I am going to wear my best shirt under the overalls because that's about the best pants I have right now. Unless I read the jury guideline and it says something about judges don't find that humorous, and then in which case judges don't find that humorous, and I will find my next best pair of pants. Because these are actually new overalls. Yeah. Chris is like, Justin's going to give the keys to the kingdom. I will at least try to make sure that I have someone available to let folks know that I got detained, if at all possible. I don't want to I don't want people to think I was in some accident when it could just be the simple case of the jury got sequestered, which means I will hope that I have a good book with me, because that'll be about the only thing I'll be able to read. Because when you get sequestered, you get a hotel room provided for you, and I'm pretty sure they turn off the TV and the telephone and the internet. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's not that they'll arrest you, but if the I guess in usually juries get sequestered in exceptional cases. But yeah, I will not wear the hat in court. That's pretty much a yeah, I will pretty much just have to comb my hair, and that's it. I will not wear the hat at all in court. I know that is verboten. But yes, I will bring a book. I do know that juries only get sequestered in exceptional cases. I think that's usually if the risk of the potential influence outweighs the infringement of letting the jury go home and sleep in their own bed. So, yeah, I quite honestly, is it likely that our circuit court is going to have to sequester the jury? Probably not. I can't say that there's really anything that goes on in this county that would require that. Now, if it was federal jury duty, then I could see it more likely that the risk of us getting outside influence could mean that they sequester the jury. But in all likelihood, any trial that I would be in this county is probably only going to be a couple days. I don't subscribe to the newspaper. I don't watch the local news. I read the local news on the internet, but I am totally fine with not doing anything like that. I can. So anyways, yeah, I will though. I've been told by multiple people, have a good large book, because it is quite possible you will get sent back to the jury room more often than you think. And it will be good to have a book you can read while you wait for the attorneys and judge to hash things out, for you to then come back in the courtroom for you to do that all over again. I think I was also suggested to wear comfortable shoes also, because you will probably be in and out of the courtroom more times than you think from just watching the standard TV shows where they have juries. Those TV shows make you think that the jury's there most of the time, and they just have sidebars that the where the jury can't hear what they're saying and whatnot. But yeah, I've been told that the jury actually gets sent out of the courtroom more times than you think, because that breaks the flow of TV shows, so they don't show the churn of the jury going in and out. So yeah, I will make sure I have a good thick book. I will not wear my hat. I will though wear the best thing that I can, short of wearing a tie, because I don't wear ties. So anyways, yeah, that'll be interesting. We'll see how that goes. Anyways, I think because the Your Honor, Your Honor, I object to not being allowed to wear my signature hat. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, that doesn't happen. Yeah. Yes, I think from what I've been told that jury trials on TV shows are glorified and are definitely written for TV to keep up the pacing of the show, because in reality, if they wrote the script to what actually happens in a courtroom, they would lose everybody by the first commercial break, because it is way less exciting than usually than what they portray on TV. So, yeah. Jason say even in a grand jury there was a lot of waiting around. Yeah, I don't need a tie, but I should not wear the hat, and I probably should make sure I have comfortable shoes for when I have to walk in and out of the courtroom multiple times, and a book. Yeah, Roger said the Encyclopedia of Vintage Computing. Well, if I can find a copy of that, I will take that with me. And if anything, maybe that will totally paint me as an analytical geek to both lawyers, and they will both say, we want him out of here. And then I will go back to work, and it'll be fun. Bring something with manifesto in the title. Yeah. Yes, your summons means you're an upstanding member of society. Yes, it also is our civic duty, as the Constitution does guarantee anyone the right to a trial by jury of their peers. So, by being an upstanding member of the community or of society, that means I do have to occasionally, periodically, be in that jury of peers to give someone their constitutionally protected right. And they have every right to request a trial by jury of their peers. So, yes, I realize that it is a part of our constitutional process that I'm just kind of surprised it took so long for me to get a jury duty summons. Okay, granted, I do realize the previous county I lived in, 6 years of that, I was in an apartment, and quite honestly, I didn't really expect to get a jury duty summons while I was in an apartment, because you don't really show up on as many property records. Yes, I had a car, so I had personal property records, but yeah, once you buy a house, though, you've got a real estate property record, and then you really start showing up on lots of lists with the county. But yes. Anyways, Jeremy's asking, opinion of an IBM PS2 Model 25 with a color screen. I have no opinion of that. It's an IBM PS2. I know that they said no one ever got fired for buying an IBM, but I quite honestly don't offhand know what a PS2 Model 25 is. Color screen's a plus, but if you'll hold on just a second, I'm about to look that one up. I don't. The only IBMs with the color screen that I would kind of recognize right offhand is the EduQuest, and I would say if you've got a chance to buy one of those at a good price, take it, because those usually go for a lot. Oh, okay. PS2 Model 25. Okay, so that one does have the ISA bus, so you can use standard expansion cards. All-in-one CRT. Is it the Model 25? Or is it the Model 25 286 or the Model 25 SX? Because if it's the Model 25, then it only has an 8086 processor, and I'd probably say pass. If it's the Model 286, I would probably pass on that one as well. The 25 SX, which has the 386 SX in it, that one I might consider. Because then at least you've got some... okay, so it is the 8086. I would probably pass on that. Might be... Now, granted, that is because I already have an XT clone. I'm not really sure there's much that the 8086 gets you over an 8088. And I quite honestly like the fact that my XT clone is a little bit lighter than a all-in-one. So I do know, though, that one is going to have ISA. So the Model 25s didn't have microchannel. So but anyways, yeah, I would the Model 25, I don't think I think the one XT clone I have is enough of the 80, 88, 80, 86 era for me. That would be my opinion. A blown tantalum capacitor in an old IBM. Shocker. It seems like every time I see a video of someone working on one of those old IBMs, there's a blown tantalum in it. I used to think it was when I first found Epitronics, I kind of thought it was silly how he would just go ahead and replace all the tantalums. And then as I watched other YouTubers also fix IBMs that also was like guaranteed it had a blown tantalum, I'm like, I don't think Epitronics was quite that crazy for just going ahead and replacing all the tantalums, because it seems like IBM, seems like it's a guarantee the IBM of that era is going to have a shorted tantalum. So maybe it's really not so crazy that Epitronics just goes ahead and replaces them all. Because it seems like whatever tantalums IBM bought into, they were like a guaranteed one is shorted by now. So, but yeah, Chris has a good point. Those all-in-ones are fun, but if it develops a screen issue, you lose the computer and expansion is limited. So, yeah, I think the PS1 was similar. In fact, I think the PS2 Model 25 quite honestly seems to be, it kind of almost looks like a PS1 that's been bolted together. It looks very similar. Oh, now, okay, that's pretty neat. 4 BNC connections and a card slot, RGB and sync. Okay, that's neat. That is kind of interesting. But yeah, but yes, let's see here. I guess to close out the stream. All right, so what did I manage to get accomplished today? Well, I managed to determine that my C64 has failed, probably the PLA, also chips as well, maybe. The power adapter for my C64, the AC is not working on it. The floppy drive I bought on Mercari that came today had a C64 power adapter in it. Surprise, surprise. So at least that's good. I'll have a working power supply. The floppy drives I can't test to see if the circuit boards are working properly before I even bother replacing the Newtronics mechanism in the one. This other one probably just works. And the 2 floppies that came with it are probably moldy, but, well, there is a 900 number written on the back of one of them, so I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. So, yeah, that was quite the successful live stream. Yeah. I didn't expect that my C64 had died since I bought it. Okay, I guess teasers for Thursday. Where did I... let's see. Teasers for Thursday. I'm not going to bother going to get the laptops. I have 2 compact LTE laptops. I've got an LTE 286 and I have an LTE Elite 475CX. I bought them on eBay, the place where I regret the purchases often later. Hopefully I won't regret these. Neither of them work. I'm going to try to figure out what's wrong with them. I don't know if I've got parts to fix them. If Amazon doesn't deliver that solder wick, then I definitely won't be able to fix them because I have 3 inches of solder wick. I disclaimer, I highly suspect capacitors are to blame on the LTE 286 because I am a member of the Compact LTE and Armada group on Facebook, and I have seen multiple posts where someone says my LTE 286 isn't working, and someone says, yeah, the capacitors are notoriously leaky on those. And I actually managed to find a picture of the logic board in the LTE 286, and lo and behold, it has similar capacitors to what are in a Game Gear. Those funky through-hole capacitors made to look and act like surface mount. Yay. Yes, they probably are leaky. So I have a feeling if I do manage to get it open, I am going to find leaky capacitors. But I won't know until I get it open. And then the Compact LTE Elite 475CX, well, it supposedly won't power up. And I don't know if this is going to be a case of Justin has the correct AC power cord to plug into it and it's just going to work. We'll see on Thursday. I have not tested it. The LTE Elite 475CX. Mainly because I had to find where I put this power cord. But this is the power cord to my other LTE Elite. So I know this one fits the jack on the laptop perfectly because this is the actual compact cord. So it is quite possible that on Thursday we are going to find out that it was just that the seller had a power cord that did not fit quite right and it wasn't making contact and it's just going to work. I am not going to test it in the meantime. I know there are other things that I pre-test to get an idea of what's going to happen, but LTE Elite is not going to be one of them because I was just happy that I got it and it looks like it actually is it probably actually has the 75 megahertz processor in it, and it doesn't have any signs that someone swapped parts out and put a slower processor in it. So I'm like, okay, this is just going to be a surprise for the live stream. I don't see any signs that someone swapped processors and put a slower one in it. So, I mean, I could power it up and find that someone did do that, but that was my main concern. I got it. Everything looked like it was as described. It actually does have the TFT screen on it, so it probably actually is what it says it is. I do know it's missing the hard drive, so I'll probably have to swipe the hard drive out of my other LTE Elite to at least boot it, but all right, Jeremy, if yeah. Okay, I will admit though, I did briefly pre-test the LTE 286 due to the way it arrived, but the only thing I determined is that the seller's description was correct. So I will apologize. I did pre-test it. It had to do with the way it arrived. The LTE Elite, though, I didn't have any concerns. It was packaged well. The LTE 286 was shipped a bit more haphazardly, we'll put it. So I at least wanted to make sure that it was not like additionally damaged in shipping beyond what the seller said. After all, the thing is, if you're going to make a claim on eBay that it was damaged in shipping, you need to do it like the sooner the better, because the seller could then claim that I did something to it later. So I usually don't like to pre-test things when I like them to be surprises, but sometimes I get things and something's just not right, and I have to at least confirm that I didn't get a pile of junk from the seller. Luckily, I determined that, okay, even though they didn't package it as well as I'd hoped, and I was afraid that caused additional damage. I powered it up only briefly enough to determine that it was doing exactly what the seller said it was, so it probably wasn't damaged in shipping. I know, I don't like to do that. Ooh, some of the LTEs had plastic recalls, the 386s. Ooh. That, well, I hope I don't have one with recalled plastic. I may have to look that up, though. Yeah, Jeremy, if Thursday's stream is short, I have a third LTE I could pull onto the workbench, in addition to the two that are advertised. However, the third LTE is not one I need to diagnose because I know what's wrong with it, and it's a simple matter of swapping parts. Although, simple matter of swapping parts, it'll still take me a little while to swap it, but I think the two will probably take long enough. But on Thursday stream, I will run the full time I usually do. And I have a third LTE. Okay, spoiler alert, Justin has a third LTE to work on. So now you know, if Thursday's live stream runs short, I will have the third one on standby. So I do have something extra that I'll pull out. Tonight, though, I kind of am kind of to the point I don't really feel like pulling something else out right now. So, oh, Jeremy, I can't take 3 bad ones and make 2 good ones. The 3 LTEs I have are all completely different models. There are no interchangeable parts. Q Retrotech Chris telling me, the hard drive caddy's the same on the Elites and the 5000s, or something like that. But yeah, I don't, it's not a case of making 2 good ones out of 3 bad ones. They're 3 completely different models. And yes, now I just dropped that the third one is an LTE 5000 series. Okay, I might as well say it. The third one, I have to swap the keyboard. And someone's already sent me the keyboard. I forget who it was right offhand. I will definitely make sure I have their name on hand if I pull it out so I can thank them on stream. But yeah, I already have the keyboard. Someone sent me a spare keyboard. So, yeah, Roger, if you want to check to see if they have the 286 LTE, I would be interested, because it is possible that I might not be able to repair mine, because if it is leaky caps, it could be too far gone. So I would be interested. Because the thing is, there are things that I don't know if they work on the LTE 286. I mean, I powered it up briefly to see that it was doing what the seller reported, but in that brief amount of time, there are a few things that I realized. First of all, I might as well just admit it. Nothing appeared on the screen in that brief power up. And there was no backlight. So I might have a deader LTE 286 than I realize. So, Jeremy's toying with the idea of passing his CompuAd laptops on to someone else. I remember some YouTubers showing a CompuAd laptop, but that's about all I know about them. Is there was a brand, it was CompuAd. So, yeah, we can talk, Jeremy. But yeah, Roger, if you want to see if they still have that 286 LTE, I might be interested. Because I do know that they have capacitor problems. Oh, yeah, a docking station would definitely be nice. Now there's something if someone. Okay, good night, Dave. Now, if you want to know something, I do keep my eye on occasionally, and this might be a sign that Chris is rubbing off on me. I do think it'd be cool to have a docking station for one of my faster LTEs. But yeah, if there's a docking station for the 286, that could be pretty cool too. I know the 286 is kind of like the odd stepchild of Intel. In fact, compute add higher quality than compact. Say it's not so, Jeremy. In fact, I was thinking about this earlier this week. Although I guess it's Tuesday, so well, I guess that limits when I was thinking about it. But I believe, if I remember computing history that I've been told, that Intel never intended PC manufacturers to use the 286. They were intending it for embedded applications. So Intel actually intended computer manufacturers to go straight to the 386 because that was the actual processor they were designing to be the successor to the 8088 and 8086. However, of course, I don't know which computer company to blame, probably IBM. I guess IBM decided that the 286, Intel maybe didn't want us to use it on a computer, but wow, this 286 is faster than the 8088 and 8086, so let's put it in the AT. And of course, well, cat's out of the bag at that point. All the clone manufacturers put the AT on the photocopier, proverbially, and pressed copy. Infinite copies. So we got 286s, and from what I've been told, I wish I'd remembered the source, Intel never intended that the 286 for computers. So it's kind of like the 286 in my mind is like one of those odd processors where I've had people tell me that there's nothing that the 286 can run that won't also run on a 386, even if it's a slow one. Because most speed limited programs, if it's too fast on, it's probably too fast on a 286 if it's too fast on a 386. Because by the point of like the 286, early 386, game manufacturers realized that, oh yeah, computers are getting faster. We need to write our game so it's not processor clock dependent. I mean, okay, there could be some exceptions to that. I'm sure maybe there were some small publishers that didn't get the memo. Maybe some games that were late. And I guess, anyways, but yeah, there were a lot of 286s around. I'm not discounting the fact that many of my generation, the 286 might have been the first computer they interacted with. It definitely would have been a step up from an 8088 or an 8086. There are many 286s that got sold at department stores as the lower end option, especially after the XT clones definitely ran their course. And believe me, I've got my Emerson 8000 EC, the XT clones. Boy, did they get quite a long runtime. But yeah, 286s became the next low-end option, although I think probably quickly 386s became the low end. But yeah, I'm not discounting the fact many people got their start on a 286. It might have been a hand-me-down. It might have been the stretch purchase. Many people got their start on a 286. There are many nice things about the 286. It can at least run protected mode. It has its quirks in protected mode. It is not as flexible as the 386. I think that has to do with some architectural differences. That is maybe the sign of why Intel did not intend for it to be in computers. Because on the 286, you can go from real mode to protected mode, but in order to go from protected mode back to real mode, you have to reset the processor. Now, I think in this case, it's not like a full-on reset, but you basically have to reset the state of the processor. So you can't freely go between real and protected mode, because that to me is a sign that Intel intended this for embedded applications where it's going to start in real mode, because all x86 processors start in real mode. But once it switches to protected mode, Intel intended for it to stay in protected mode. That kind of tells me that, I think there is some credence to they never intended PCs to use the 286. Now, the 386 can freely go, it can switch from protected mode, from real mode to protected mode and back. And you don't have to reset the processor. So that tells me, yes, Intel intended this for computers because they knew people had real mode software and the processor would need to context switch between real and protected mode. Now, I know, unfortunately, I'm not the greatest expert of explaining exactly what real and protected mode are, other than protected mode is basically your modern Windows today is running in protected mode, because even the 64-bit processors have a protected mode. It's what allows operating systems to have in high-level terms, a hierarchy of processes, and you can have user processes segmented from system processes. It is a good thing. But back when the 286 and 386 was around, you had a lot of DOS, and DOS runs in real mode, so. But yeah. Roger, I do think that backwards compatibility hurt Intel. However, I think I can also say, I've watched some documentaries on that Intel also hurt themselves a couple of times with some of their ideas of ditching the x86 instruction set entirely. We'll cue the I can't think of the processors right now. But they were just so entirely different that, although one of them, I think the way they implemented it, I can't remember the two processors. One of them was just really weird the way they were implementing it. It required a special compiler to get performance out of it. And guess what? That compiler was awful. So you still didn't get the performance because apparently for that processor, it's wonderful compiler. When given the choice between the correct instructions that would run fast and ones that would do the same thing but run slower, it seemed to always pick the slower option. But yeah, the 960, yeah. But yeah, I think some of the backwards compatibility they've kept has hurt them. But yeah, some of their attempts to completely ditch the x86 also hurt them. So, kind of one of those touchy subjects. Yeah, CGI graphics are cool. So, anyways, yeah, I'm hoping. I am hoping that I can get the LTE Elite 280. The LTE 286. I guess it wasn't Elite then. It was the first LTE. I'm hoping I can get it back up and running because I think it still is a pretty cool system. And I have at least one upgrade I want to do to it, assuming we don't discover that it's already been done. But for that, I will have to open it up because no, I'm not talking about the memory expansion. It would be there. You can install a floating point unit, but until I can power it up or otherwise open it up, I won't know if there's a floating point unit in it. So I think the RAM and the floating point unit are about the only two things you can upgrade in it. So yeah, not very expandable. But hey, the LTE, the compact LTE, and the LTE 286, they were the first notebook-sized computers, at least from what I've read on the internet, which isn't always accurate. Because before then, your portable laptop computers were actually fairly large affairs. So they weren't necessarily luggable, but if you'll think about, okay, the Macintosh Portable is like a little bigger than I would think in that category, but like I think the compact SLT was like a portable, but it wasn't it was smaller than a luggable. I think it would operate on batteries, but it certainly wasn't notebook sized. So the LTE was the first notebook sized computer. Although, fun fact, if you buy an LTE and the box shows up on your porch, you are going to pick that box up and you are going to think, yay, the seller has included lots of bonus items. Until you open the box and realize that the LTE is really that heavy and they included only what was in the auction description, because that's how heavy they are. I have fooled myself at least twice, picking the box up and thinking, yay, bonus items. And yeah, the LTE itself is like, even the LTE 5000 series, they're pretty beefy weight-wise. They're definitely not your MacBook. Yeah, the MacBook Air and the slim laptops today that really spoil us. I mean, you could probably put 2 LTEs on a dumbbell, and you'd have a pretty good arm workout. I mean, maybe some people need like 4 LTEs, which that might get a bit awkward on a dumbbell. But yeah, no, please don't put LTEs on a dumbbell. There's enough people that want to use LTEs. There's a whole Facebook group for LTE, so please don't put them on a dumbbell. Okay, Jeremy, I believe you can use electrolytic in place of tantalum. But I don't know the impacts to that. I do know there are, each capacitor type has their characteristics, and some circuits it makes more sense than others. And some circuits are more sensitive to what type of capacitors are there than others. But I think you could, for your Model 25, you probably could replace the tantalums with electrolytics, and it would probably work. I'm not an electrical engineer, though, so I'm not going to say that for certain, but it probably would work. After all, you can take a Macintosh logic board that uses electrolytics and put tantalums in their place, and it'll work. Now, I do know that tantalums are not optimal for audio circuits. That's usually where you want an electrolytic. But honestly, from the Mac LC system built-in speaker, can I tell? No. It still sounds like a small speaker. So I do know there are traits to each type of capacitor, and there's some times where one is more appropriate than the other. But I am not an electrical engineer, so I can't tell you for certain what the difference is in that particular application. I think, though, it would probably work. I do know electrolytics are cheaper than tantalums. That I can tell you for sure. Tantalums are expensive. Because yes, tantalums do have their drawbacks. They do usually fail shorted, and well, when they short, they can put on a small fireworks show. But anyways, yeah, Chris is saying LTEs are chonkers. That's for sure. But yeah, let's see here. Yeah, Roger's chunk is cool unless running short on space. Yeah. Roger Jones. Tower case is strong enough to use as a stepladder when I was skinny anyways. Yeah. Yeah, I've had some of those. Of all things, the Model 25 has a 1/4-inch phono jack for the PC beeper. That sounds very IBM. So, anyways, so you now have the preview of Thursday's stream. I think it'll be a fun stream. I will hopefully have solder wick, although the thing is, I don't know that I would have the capacitors to recap the LTE 286. I mean, there's a chance I might have some of the capacitors, but I don't know that I have all of them. So I was more thinking it'd be a good diagnosis stream. If I do have capacitors, if capacitors are the problem, then if I have solder wick, sure, I'll try recapping. Because it's possible I have some of the values on hand. I'll give it a try. But I may have to order parts. I'll be fully upfront. I may have to order parts. The LTE Elite. Don't know. Don't know why it might not power up. Although, suspicion number one is, while I have not powered it up, I did try test fitting a power plug. Just a random power plug in the house. And I realized this doesn't fit that well. So that's why I went ahead and brought down my LTE Elite power cord. So it is quite possible that could be a simple matter of the seller didn't have the right power cord and it just didn't fit. And it actually wasn't conducting power, but there could be something wrong with the power supply in it. So there is one other thing I am going to try on it. Especially if I can find a power cord. But I will pull my bench supply out. I did ask the LTE Facebook group if anyone had specs on the car adapter for the LTE Elite. So I do know that the car adapter is center positive. So if the AC cord doesn't work, I'm going to try a DC. I'll try the bench supply and feed power in on the DC jack. So it is possible that it might power up on DC, and then that'll be easy. It's the AC power supply. Because the cool thing about the LTE Elite is the AC power adapter is in the notebook. So even though it's a chunker, the LTE Elite definitely earns my award for it made good use of its chunkiness, because the AC power adapter is built in. I mean, you take the LTE Elite and your power cord and you're good to go. You got battery, and then you can just charge it with an AC power cord. But they made a car adapter for it too, which is really cool. So yeah, that's pretty neat. Yeah, I think your power adapter probably does work with the LTE Elite, because I think the LTE 5000s and the LTE Elite use a very similar voltage. Because I think they're both... I think the LTE Elite car adapter is like 18.5 volts, and the LTE 5000 is like about 19 volts, something. Oh. Yeah, this is an LTE Elite power cord. Well, so the LTE Elite, this is the cord it plugs straight into the back. Now the LTE Lite has an external power brick. And of course, you know, the LTE 5000s have external power bricks. The LTE and the LTE 286 have external power bricks. Luckily, the eBay seller that I bought the LTE 286 from, one important item was I was looking for an auction that had the power brick. So I do have the LTE 286's power brick. It is an external brick. But the LTE Elites, which are the 486 DX LTEs, they took just an AC power cord straight into the notebook. Yeah, really cool. In fact, now that I know Chris is here, okay, I'm going to bother to go spoil the actual notebooks now. Of course, you'll probably know. Yeah, if you look at the 286, I haven't actually opened it. I wanted to make sure I had the right screwdriver. I was having trouble actually telling where the screws were to know, okay, what surprise am I going to have? So yes, I have, I did remove the 3 screws. But I haven't opened it because I realized that once I got the 3 screws out, I was still nowhere close to getting it open. And then I realized I better stop because I already determined I have the correct screwdriver. But anyways, Jeremy's saying internal power supplies in a laptop could be viewed as a mistake. Well, Jeremy, I agree and disagree. In this case, retro enthusiast me likes the fact that the power adapter is in the laptop because that means you get the power adapter with the notebook. It's right there. Yes, I do. There's bad things because that means there's more heat in the notebook, but there's the fan. At least in this case, my LTE Elite 475 CX, where CX means TFT screen, so I have no idea how they get TFT from CX. But notice one slider. The keyboard is in pretty good shape. There is a crack in the plastic here, but, well, par for the course, I think. It has a battery in it that's not leaking. Hard drive's missing. It is missing the door there. But I paid $35 for it, so I'm like, okay, I think I can be okay with the 2 doors missing for $35. But I am, however, not going to reveal what's in the memory expansion until Thursday's live stream. So you will just have to totally guess, and we'll see if this label. Oh, well, that was the only peek of that label I'm giving you all. I don't know if that label's correct or not, because, anyways, I haven't powered it up. So that's one of the laptops for Thursday screen, but yeah, that's the LTE Elite. It's got the AC power adapter, but then you flip this door up, and right there is where the card adapter goes. And it's actually a pretty cool design that if you flip this up to be able to plug the car adapter in, you cannot plug the AC cord in. So it has, it's like a built-in protection from being able to plug both in at the same time, because to be able to plug the AC cord in, this door has to be closed. You can't plug the DC adapter in. And if you open this door, you can't plug the AC cord in because it won't fit. So that's actually a pretty cool design. Luckily, this label is just the label from whatever computer store had this. It looks like it's a label. It's got reason for scrap written here. I have no idea if where this laptop came from. There's no asset tags or anything on it. In fact, it's kind of even missing. In fact, the one interesting thing is it's missing that label too. So I don't know. I don't know if that's significant or not that it's missing that label. Unfortunately, this label is so far gone. I don't know. I don't think that's a compact label, so I'm thinking this label might have just come off. There's nothing on this that tells me that someone might say, oh, it's missing that label, it must be a prototype, but I don't know, that label might have just come off. Someone might have removed it for some silly reason. I don't know. Yeah. Well, yeah, I know there's no serial number label on it, but I think these labels have the serial number on it, so I don't know what to make of that. I am not the immediate, oh, no serial number, Steve Jobs, rare, prototype. I don't have any evidence that this is a prototype. I mean, yeah, it's missing that label, but it's missing that label there. Well, but I think that's the only thing it's missing. It still has this badge here. So, yeah, I mean, I mean, and there's nothing in here that says prototype either. I mean, yeah, I think the other LTE Elites just say compact there. So, I don't know. I'm not going to read too much into the fact that label is missing, but the label is missing there. Now, this other compact, this LTE 286, one thing that I immediately see is when I got it, I've got the battery out of it. That's why this door is open. You can't open the battery door if the lid's closed. The first thing I noticed when I got this one, someone's taped the note to the top. Something about running C:\\news scan A: and scan C:. I have no idea what that's about. But it's the compact LTE 286. It's got a monochrome, well, I guess it's like 4 shades of gray CGA screen. I don't recognize what word processor that's for right offhand, but it looks like whoever had this ran a word processor of some sort. I think they used the font CG times 12 point a lot because there's a tape label there. There's a whole bunch of commands that they ran that I have no idea what they're about. And then they wrote in pencil format B:/N:9. So I think they might have had the external floppy drive installed. The one other thing, looks like the battery, the battery door is a little bit loose. I do know, though, this laptop was owned by Monsanto at one point. Because there is a Monsanto asset tag on it. Okay, Jeremy says Lotus 123. Oh, there we go. They're spring-loaded pins. Okay. Oh, no, they're not. The battery doors. I don't think the plastic's broken. I hope it's not broken. I think I can put it back on. But yeah, Monsanto owned this at one point. But yeah, the keyboard's a bit grungy, but I think it'll clean up. These keys could certainly use retro-brighted, assuming that's just not grime on them. I have no idea if this pops off to get to the hard drive, because I can't tell. Similarly, there's the floppy drive. I bet the belt's shot on it. So there's where the battery would go. I think with the screw, that I've got the screws out. That's probably why the door came loose. Oh, Jeremy says word perfect. So there's the ports. I think one of these might be some sort of a dock connector. I don't know if I'm going to bother with a parallel port sound card. I've got enough other laptops that have sound support. And then I've got the door for this as well. I've got it. So it has a built-in modem, and, well, you're just going to have to hold till Thursday as to what that is. So, yeah. So anyways, and it's got the compact badge on the bottom. So this one, though, does have the serial number sticker. So, and with the Monsanto asset tag on it. Well, yeah, I know this one was owned by a company. So, anyways, there's the LTE 286 and the LTE Elite 475CX. So, these two, I'll be diagnosing them, and if I have what I need, fixing them on Thursday. And if I get through these two on Thursday, I do have an LTE 5000 series that I'll pull under the workbench. But I don't. But as I said, that one I don't need to diagnose. That one's a keyboard. So I would love for someone to create a sound card that would go in place of this modem. That would be really great. However, before you have dreams of ad-lib based sugar plum fairies dancing in your head, I should probably burst your bubble that is definitely not a full ISA slot. So yeah, I thought I would make sure you knew. Now, the cool thing is, there is a technical reference manual for this notebook. The pinout of that connector is in the technical reference manual. But I don't know if that's enough of a bus to make a sound card in place of this modem. And it actually mapped to a IO base address and IRQs that software would look for a sound card. Now, is this card a size that you could turn it into a sound card replacement? Absolutely. There's definitely enough room to work with, especially with modern components. But yeah, I know it doesn't need to be the full ISA bus, but it does need to have enough functionality to map to where software is going to want to see a sound card. So I don't remember right offhand what is actually available in this connector. It is in the technical reference for this laptop, though, because I remember scrolling through it and like everything, all the connectors in this laptop are documented. So it would certainly be possible to design a card that would replace this modem. The hardest part might be identifying the connector, although I'm sure there's someone out there that would probably recognize that connector and say, oh yeah, that's a blah, blah, blah. In fact, actually, the technical reference manual might even say what kind of connector it is. That's probably the hardest thing, probably identifying the connector. But if there's enough functionality on that connector to make a sound card replace the modem, then yeah, it'd totally be possible. Yeah, Jeremy, that's what I'm saying. As long as there's enough functionality on that connector to actually use IRQ7 and DMA, not DMA5. That was like DMA2. But yeah, as long as there's enough functionality there and enough address pins to actually use a base address of 220, because that being the modem, it's probably on 278. Because it's probably COM2. Also, I know there is what looks like a dock connector of sorts on this laptop, but I don't think there's enough pins for... Actually, you know, I bet that's for a floppy drive, not a dock. So actually, I suspect there was no dock for this model. Now that I look at that, that's probably for the B drive. Because that's enough pins for a floppy drive, but that's not enough pins for a dock. So I misspoke when I said there was a dock connector on this. I think it's just the floppy drive. Yeah, some systems used IRQ5 for the hard drive. Now, that is one thing about the hard drive in this laptop. I have read it's not a standard IDE pinout. It is an IDE drive, but it's like one of the early drives, and the pinout is not standard. And I've been trying to look up the pinout, and I've so far been unsuccessful. It's some Connor drive. And unfortunately, I have a saying, if it's a Connor, it's a goner. So in all likelihood, the hard drive is gone. Yes, I know that you can take the lid off and free up the head sometimes, but that's not a guarantee that the hard drive hasn't already suffered a head crash and is totally unusable. Or it's stuck for some other reason. I don't know if it's a different pinout because it's 8-bit XT IDE, or if it's a different pinout because they just hadn't standardized the AT IDE standard yet. I haven't found enough information on that drive to determine which is the case. I've only read And in fact, actually, it was on the LTE Facebook group post from a year ago, and I don't really like digging up old posts and just randomly replying to them, but in this case, I might have to. I just remember seeing a post from someone that was mentioning, oh yeah, those have this Connor model. It's a non-standard pinout. I've been tempted to make an adapter board. Is there any interest? And I was tempted to reply back to it and ask if they had made an adapter board. I got the impression it might be a TAPI IDE or AT IDE if an adapter board was possible. Because if it was 8-bit XT IDE, I would not expect you could make an adapter. Although maybe it was the context of a compact flash card adapter. So maybe it is 8-bit XT IDE. I don't know. There wasn't enough information in the Facebook post for me to tell exactly why the pinout was different. All I know is that it is different, and someone was thinking of making an adapter, and that's where the post ended a year ago. So maybe I will reply to it and ask. I just hate digging up really old posts. Some people get aggravated by that. Maybe a year is not old enough for it to be too old to reply to. I'm curious. I may reply to it anyways, and well, I'll ask for forgiveness because I am curious. I would like to know. It may be at 8-bit XT IDE, and maybe it'd be easy to adapt the compact flash card because they have 8-bit interfaces. I don't know. I don't want to jump to conclusions. I don't want to lead someone down the wrong path if they watch this. I will get some more information. I'll try to have it before Thursday. Yeah, it's like some sort of a. I got the impression that it protocol wise it was IDE of some flavor. Pinout wise, it was not the same pinout. So there wasn't enough information for me to jump to a conclusion. I'll see if I can get some more information. Because if this hard drive's gone, I would like to be able to boot it from something other than floppy disk. Because, spoiler alert, this floppy drive's also probably gone. The belt's probably broken. Chris could probably tell you how often the belts in these LTEs have, he finds them broken these days. In fact, this LTE Elite, I'm expecting the floppy drive belt's broken. I mean, maybe it's not. I think there were a couple different drive manufacturers. Some of them are more. I think some of them are more reliable than others. But there's one particular floppy drive model that these LTEs used, and if Chris is listening, I'm sure he's probably typing as I speak of which model it is. But the belts are pretty much guaranteed broken by now if it uses that model of floppy drive. There is a flash floppy based replacement available for these LTE Elites. And I'm going to have to order at least one. But the only place that sells them is in Australia. So that right there, makes it a bit harder to order. Yeah, I about ordered one the other day, and then the payment processor that they use, I looked at it and I'm like, oh, I'd better make sure I know what the currency conversion fees are going to be before I place this order. Because I was like not entirely sure that it was going to charge in US dollars, and was pretty convinced that it was going to charge in Australian dollars. And I was like, yeah, I'd better check what the currency conversion fee is going to be for this purchase, because I usually use PayPal when currency conversions are in play. Not because PayPal has the cheapest currency conversion rate, but because I know what their currency conversion rate is, and at least know that they don't have any other weird fees other than their conversion rate. And they at least will tell me PayPal at least tells you up front what the currency conversion rate is. So, okay, Roger says compact use Torx screws. Well, I got Torx bits all over my bench, so I should be good there. But maybe it's just as well I didn't order that, because I think the other thing that stopped me was I realized I was looking at another LTE Elite, which might need one of those as well. And why order one from Australia when you can order two from Australia, and it probably won't be that much more in shipping. So, oh, compact use Torx screws on the desktops. So anyways, if the LTE Elite's floppy drive is broken, there is a flash floppy replacement that pretty much uses the opening of the drive and is, you don't have to make any extra cuts in the case. Now, this LTE Elite, LTE 286, I don't know. It looks like a different mechanism, so maybe it's fine. But yeah. Oh, and look, you all have managed to get me to stream to my normal time anyways. What do you know? Maybe I felt like streaming now that the pressure was off to actually fix something, because, well, I wasn't fixing anything tonight. So, all right, I guess, yeah, let's see here. Anything else? Well, actually, I guess there was, like, one other thing yeah, I did order, and I don't normally buy, Jeremy, don't forget to send me pictures of that 486 board. Yeah, I don't normally order boards internationally, but I did recently order a motherboard from Romania. At least it's cleared customs. I don't know when it'll arrive. So, yeah, I'm sort of embarrassed as to why I'm even ordering it. So, I will leave that to whatever video that's for. So, yeah, but yeah, anyways, that's something we'll get to look forward to at some point. The that particular motherboard is for a computer, and I'm somewhat embarrassed. I don't know why I'm embarrassed, but it is kind of embarrassing. I didn't think I was doing anything wrong with the original motherboard that was in the computer, and apparently I did something completely wrong in trying to do what I thought was totally fine. And I'm being somewhat vague because of I don't really know exactly what happened. So I've got my theories. I'm trying to see if I can figure out better figure out what happened, because eventually I'll have to explain it. I will also have to eventually fess up to the person who gave me the computers that the really embarrassing thing I did that is embarrassing. I will, when I'm ready to admit to them what happened, I will let them know privately. But yeah, that'll be fun. I'm hoping that motherboard solves the problem, because I would like to get the system back up and running. Word to the wise. Probably the moral of that story is going to be things are not always as they seem. Also, I guess ultrasonic cleaners can't fix all of your problems. Even if Bruce has this wonderful tendency of taking boards that don't work and putting them through the ultrasonic cleaner and they work, Apparently I have discovered it is entirely possible to put a board through the ultrasonic cleaner and I'm still not exactly sure what happened. That's why I can't describe what happened. So, uh, yeah, I, in fact, it's probably to the point where it probably will be a video on its own. And if I can figure out some experiments to try to figure out exactly what happened, um, actually, Roger, in this case, um, yes, ultrasonic cleaners usually make things pretty and shiny, but actually, when I pulled these boards out of the ultrasonic cleaner, they were worse than when they went in the ultrasonic cleaner. The solder joints were not pretty and shiny. They were more corroded than they were when the board went in. I'm not sure if corroded's the right word. As I said, I'm trying to figure out some experiments I can try to figure out exactly what went wrong so that I can make a video to caution folks of what to look for so that you don't jam certain boards straight into the ultrasonic cleaner because the solution, the ultrasonic cleaner, or probably more accurately, the solution in the ultrasonic cleaner might do more harm than good. So, and Roger, actually, I did try reflowing. I did actually try reflowing one of the chips that I think when the solder joints went all, they basically turned brown and dull, and like some of them were like even dark brown and dull, almost like it's almost like the leaded solder joints were rusted, but I don't know if it was rust. I did try to reflow one of the chips, and the solder was not flowing right. Yeah, the solder was bridging, and I kept applying more flux, and the solder kept bridging. So I ended up basically having to take solder wick, and I basically had to remove the chip to try to figure out what was going on, because it was actually acting like the last time I had a surface mount chip and I had lifted pins and didn't realize it. That's what the chip was doing. So I did have to remove the chip. And the good news is I actually don't think I lifted any pads. The bad news is that despite the fact that I got the chip off cleanly, the legs on the chip were very fragile apparently, and I pretty sure I broke some of the legs. So, and I can't repair them. So, so whatever happened to it was more than just the solder joints. It was actually component legs too. They and apparently from what I can tell is it looks like it weakened the component legs and turned the solder joints dull. And maybe it is rust on the component legs. So anyways, the one chip that I removed is it's not salvageable and I can't put it back on the board. So the reason I bought another whole board is because the only way I can get another chip for that board is to salvage the chip off of... I could salvage that chip off of a video card, because it was the video chip that I was trying to reflow. I did at least pick a chip that would be a little easier to get than some of the chips. But the problem is that wasn't the only chip that the legs turned brown and the solder was dull. It's like all of the... It's like a bunch of the chips did that. So So anyways, I was like, okay, so even if I get a video chip, I mean, it is a fairly common video chip. I would be able to find a video card that I'd be willing to lift it off of, and no one's going to care. Luckily, there were a wide range of video cards that used the chip. I could find a cheap brand that no one's going to care about, at least if one of those disappears. Okay. To save a motherboard with built-in video, worth it. I mean, I could, so it's an S3 chip. I don't remember exactly which one, but fairly common. Yeah, I think it's the S3 Trio 64. I don't think it's any of the like later ones with extra letters added. But anyways, very easy video chip to find. I could maybe find one of those to replace on the board. The problem is though, like the rest of the chipset looks the same exact way. So I'm like, I don't know if I can really fix this board because now I'm having to pull chips off of another motherboard, and they're like the really fine pitch surface mount chips. But I managed to find what I think's an identical board on eBay. It just happened to be in Romania. I mean, there were some in the States, but the sellers in the States wanted at least twice what the Romanian seller wanted, and that was after shipping. Plus, it seems like the sellers in the States pulled all the cache chips off the board. So I would have to hope that the cache chips on this other board were still good and deoxit them like all get out. Or I can order the board from Romania, pay half as much, and it has cache chips in it. So if those cache chips work, I don't have to swap cache chips that also look like they have slight corrosion on their legs. So there's that. So yeah, I don't normally order boards from Romania on a whim, but in this case, just like my LC475, it was like cheaper by half to order the board from Romania. So yay. The good thing is though, I do know the processor that was on that motherboard. It's fine. The riser card that was on that motherboard, actually, the interesting thing is, I also put it through the ultrasonic cleaner. That riser board looks fine. It looks clean and shiny, and I do not know why the motherboard took such a drastic southward turn in the ultrasonic cleaner, and the riser board looks exactly like I expected the motherboard to look after an ultrasonic cleaning. The riser board's totally fine. All the solder joints are clean and shiny. There's no signs of corrosion or anything. And the thing is, I put the riser board in the ultrasonic cleaner at the same time with the motherboard. So I don't think it's an issue with the solution percentage in the ultrasonic cleaner, because if it was, I would have expected to have trashed the riser board too, but didn't. So yeah, that's an interesting one. If anyone watching this has any ideas of what might have happened or what I might try if I were to take a sacrificial board and try to replicate what happened, leave a note in the comments. I have some ideas of what might have happened, and I have some ideas of how I might be able to reproduce it, assuming time is not also a factor, because I do not have a halt chamber to accelerate the aging process of the board, but maybe I can find another board that was maybe had similar environmental conditions if that's the case, and maybe we can figure out what went wrong and how you would be able to spot a board in that condition before you make the mistake of putting it in the ultrasonic cleaner. That's probably one of my longer term videos. So yeah, if anyone has any ideas, if it's happened to you when you've ultrasonically cleaned boards, maybe I'll reach out to Bruce and see if he has any ideas, or some of the other YouTubers that ultrasonically clean boards, if any of them have any ideas. We'll see. But yeah. So I got a board coming from Romania. That'll be fun. So that at least gets one of the two boards replaced. But yeah, that's the weird thing. It took out two motherboards, but not the riser card that was in the cleaner at the same time as one of the motherboards. But yet, since then, I have also cleaned some other things and nothing bad happened to them. So all I can figure is that was something up with the motherboards that I didn't realize was the case until after I cleaned them. So I guess I'm doing a post-mortem to figure out what was wrong with them so that I can maybe figure out how you could have spotted it so that I can make a video to warn people to watch out for whatever was wrong with the board so that you don't so that no one repeats the same thing I did. Because it's quite possible that if I'd realized that whatever was wrong with the board was wrong with it, then maybe there's something I could have done beforehand to mitigate the problem. Or at least maybe I would have known that, oh, I should probably try hand cleaning this board first. Do it like a spot treatment. I don't know. So, yeah, I do know though. So these two motherboards I did not put in the dishwasher, and I don't know if that I would have put them through the dishwasher. They probably would have done the same thing. Yeah, we'll see, Jeremy. It depends on if the motherboard works. If it doesn't work, I might not even use the board at all. Because I did on the short I did on the LC475, I did put a Japanese flag, and I don't think anyone cared. I think I've got a flag generator for Premiere Pro, and while I don't think it has all 100 and okay, however, 1 to 200 country flags there are in the world, however many there are now, Romania might be in the list. I do know it had Japan. That was my criteria when I bought it. So, but yeah. So, anyways, that's a longer term video. But yeah, apparently there are things that can happen to boards that you need to be cognizant of to then not just jam that board in the ultrasonic cleaner. It is quite possible that when I figure out what exactly was wrong with the board, maybe the board was a goner anyways. It could have been a dead board walking, to say. So it is quite possible that anything I did to clean the board might have done the board in. So it is possible the board I was going to, even if I took a toothbrush and isopropyl alcohol, it is possible I'm going to figure out that the damage was already done to the board and that any cleaning of it was going to do the board in. But I would, yeah, I'm kind of hoping maybe there's some Romania postage stamps on the box. So, because, yeah, they do have some pretty postage stamps. So, but anyways, it's possible I'll figure out that, well, no matter what I did, the board was a goner, even though it worked. One of the boards worked before I put it in the ultrasonic cleaner. I have to admit I didn't think to test the other one because I'm like, I was like cleaning a whole bunch of things at the same time, and well, I put the other board in just because, well, I've got the ultrasonic cleaner preheated, everything's ready to go. I've got a flow. Not jam the other board in without even thinking about it and without testing it. So, but yeah, it's possible I'm going to figure out that no matter what I was going to do, ultrasonic cleaner, just soap and water, isopropyl alcohol, pressure washer, someone suggested in my last stream, or that was Dave's stream. No, I don't have a pressure washer that can lower the pressure enough to pressure wash a board. It is quite possible I'm going to figure out that no matter what I did, the board would have been a goner, and I'll feel a little better then. The board did need to be cleaned, and yeah. So, anyways, yeah, that's kind of the second part of the channel news. So, yep, longer term video there. Also, when I get the computers up and running, there'll be another video on that too. So, yep, hopefully that board will come in soon. I would like to kind of know that that I haven't done anything else wrong. I also do have a plan E Bay. That if that motherboard doesn't work, I actually have a fallback plan too, and actually already have that board as well. Um, it is quite possible that I might be looking for another a case that fits that motherboard, but I do know that that second motherboard does work. I actually tested it. I don't remember. Oh, it might have been on Dave's stream. I might have pulled it and tested it. I just was curious. Uh, I can't fit the heatsink because I was going to set that board up in the original computer just to at least have something running. But by golly, the original heatsink doesn't fit that board because they have some low current shunt resistor that it's like some loop of metal that um conflicts with the heatsink. It's a weird board. It's an Asus board, but it is a weird. No, it's not Asus. It's an FIC board. It is weird. I mean, I don't know that FIC was necessarily a top tier board manufacturer. I'm sure Jeremy will chime in momentarily. I think they were a little better than some manufacturers. I mean, I remember building some computers with FIC boards back in the day. I thought they were decent. I don't know that they were necessarily like your Asus and MSI and level quality, but I think they were at least better than PC chips. We'll see what Jeremy has to say. I'm sure he'll comment momentarily. I mean, I do know there were a bunch of motherboard manufacturers that, I mean, some of them, yeah. I don't know that FSC is around anymore. So maybe I don't know. Maybe they had better years and their quality took a downturn. This board actually seems to be a decent quality board. It's just kind of weird because it's not a standard AT or ATX board. It's like LPX or NPX or I don't remember what the form factor is, but it's kind of weird some of their design decisions on like how the power connector is on the board. Instead of there being P8 and P9 as like one power connector and you put the black in the middle, but they're side by side. P8 and P9 face each other, and I actually had to take the multimeter to the board to make sure I wasn't going to put P8 and P9 in the wrong spots because they're facing each other. Well, actually, that was it was more to make sure my adapter had P8 and P9 labeled correctly, but luckily my adapter did have them labeled correctly, so they're clearly labeled on the board. So anyway, I powered the board up. It works. I had to use a different heatsink than the one I'd planned. The board works. Yeah, it's interesting. It's like my plan E2. Plan E1 is a like for like replacement in the computer. So, anyways, see anything else? Yes, this is the compact or the C64 stream that turned into like a let's just talk stream. I guess sometimes we need those. All right, well, it's yeah, it's definitely late enough now. I've streamed plenty. I think it's time for me to end the stream because I do have to work tomorrow. Anyways, I definitely can say that now that I've just went to let's just talk mode, I'm definitely not feeling flustered. Sure, I wish my C64 worked, but well, future live stream opportunities. I'll just have to order some of those header pins and maybe a dead test cartridge. I'm under the working theory that it is the PLA, but I'll probably see if I can't get a dead test cartridge, because I'm not going to... I don't want to assume that it's only the PLA, because there are other things that could cause a blank, no image. It's possible I had another chip fail. I mean, in all likelihood, since I do know the PLA was failing, it probably is the PLA, but I think I'll get a dead test cartridge too. Just so I can at least run that in case replacing the PLA does not fix the problem. But yeah, I'll definitely get some of those header pins and a dead test cartridge. And the C64 will probably be on the bench sooner rather than later, because now I have 1541s that I'd like to fix and would like to be able to test. And a C64 that I would like to be able to run these wonderful games like, Nova Blast and Moonsweeper and Sargon 2. So, yeah. And if anyone's noticing, yep, these are some of my VCF East pickups. So, yep. Actually, they're marked $5 each. Actually, yeah, I think I did pay $5 each for them. So, I was trying to think, did I get these like 10 or 3 for 10? Oh, actually, you know, that's interesting. I just realized the Sargon 2 oh. No, for some reason the envelope said Sargon 2 chess. But actually, I just realized, you know, if I wanted to play Sargon 2, I could still possibly play it, assuming I put my Atari 400 back together, because this is that's the reason why I picked it up. Not only is it a Commodore 64 game, and I think it's somewhat popular of a game, I at least heard of it, but it's one of the flippy disks, so there's actually the Atari version of the game too, so. Anyways. Someday. So I guess I get to have a C64 repair live stream. And I guess, in reality, I wouldn't have it any other way on this channel. I just maybe had wished I'd, like, had a chance to test the C64 first, because, what do you know? I guess that was the fun of it. You probably could definitely tell I didn't test the C64. I thought it worked. I was about to say, well, you know, if I'd had a chance to test it, I would have probably would have just gone to my fallback idea, but where's the fun in that? All right, well, anyways, that's the end of the stream. I'm tired. I think it's time to go to bed for work tomorrow. Like, comment, subscribe, all the YouTube things. Leave a comment if you recognize what happened in my ultrasonic cleaner and maybe have any information, because I really would like to do a video on that to warn people what to look out for. So, anyways, let me make sure I got my finger on the... Oh, there we go. Finger on the correct place to click in OBS stream, or OBS Studio, because otherwise it will get really awkward, potentially. So take care, and have a great rest of your day. Oh, wait. Hold on. What am I doing? I'm on table cam saying that. No, okay. It is definitely late, because I'm realized I've been talking in table cam view for the past, I don't know how long. Okay, well, at least if I'm going to say take care and have a great rest of your day, I'm going to do it while we're on the me cam view, because I wouldn't have it any other way. So, see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.